just sometimes você às vezes but by a lot, how do you do that? So ultimately, you know, what's the reason? You know, that's what it's going to be. So it's like that. People become, you know, completely fair. What's it now? It's people from the middle of the expect. What's the line that we have? It's happening. Some of the blood is going to be above the red line. Some of it is going to be below. So you might do this as a line, which is that sometimes we do sprinkle above and below. To which the divine says, no. So God says, no, I'm not kind of a hard gate with that, but I'm a issue. T-R-T-R-T-R. As people say, the purity of the day has arrived. Now, what's the purity of the day? What is that? So just like you think about the girls, so you talk, or just Tiano shows that that's what you know is that. Which the Gemara says, no, I'm not about you alone. You really know it actually doesn't. You know, it's not part of what it is. I mean, how? That's some of the blood people bodies. Let's say by factors. So that means some of the blood will get blood ultimately again above the red line, and the rest of the blood is below. So don't you have some of the blood cells being done above, some of the blood cells being done below? Which the mercy is should I go to that? Should I is not the essential part of sacrificial service. And if you want to add the bread, should I at all, the covenant is still up that. I love you, should I what about this? Eternal, what about reassurance? Ultimately, as a reassurance, someone, some say, I'm not moved, which the mercy of the covenant of covenant, no matter what it is. Reassuring that you're still separately then in one service. So talking about seeing God applications in one place. They can both say, bottom line, usually know this song, this whole last part was, is there such a thing as if you get one application of two different parts of the set, to which you might have, when it comes to which the answer is what is, well, there is no such thing as one applications on multiple parts of the again, scratch the there's no such thing as mandated blood applications on multiple parts of the set. And you see sometimes just revising this quickly, that one ends up in different places, sure. And such for our purposes, there is no such thing. There is a mandate to do some of the blood applications above the focus of the blood line or below the red line. Once again, if you want that blood application is bad, it is evil. Ultimately, again, above the red line, or below the red line. So I say, just so you should know, get to this, I'm actually not going to do that much more. So, because we're doing tones. But we're still left with our aging of focus and shadow. So, remember again, all the other cabanos, the shadow is what they're real. And I love that. So, again, what you do is one of the ultimately again to so what says focus is one, the shadow says you need two. That's enough focus. That's the driving the same. Organization that's enough focus will become this tomorrow. So tomorrow is short.
That's upset. But yeah, but for mental health purposes, maybe we have to be married. Who the fuck knows? It's fucking 14th of Nissan 5786 Wednesday, April 1st, 26. We've been doing this shit for 96 fucking days. Did you think you'd be doing that long? Yeah, I did. Heavy experimental. I think I could get back, but I just really like this fucking esotericism thing, so I'm gonna watch it again. I'm somebody who I'll watch something one time and I'll get like 70%, and then I'll watch it again and then I'll have like 90%. I'll watch it again, I'll have like 95%. And it's kind of wrong. I remember. I remember I was in 8th grade, 7th grade. 7th grade. A teacher who you know, it's a good question. I thought I would have loved this teacher, but he and I never really meshed. And I think really, he's smart. I just don't know if his teaching is like it's about so there's a wall. I remember there's this wall with this picture of the Near East, like the Levant, like Israel. We didn't have any fucking maps in school except that. Maybe one. Anyway, So there's a picture of the lawn, and it says, if you, let's say there's like 10 feet, you have that by 5, you'll get, you'll be 5 feet away. Have that again, half feet. Have that again, you'll have 1.25 feet. Have that again, you'll have 0.6. Yeah, and you keep going closer, but you'll never hit the other one. Anyway, I feel like that's the same with a documentary. Anything. You can keep learning it, and you can keep getting closer and closer to the wall, but you'll never get there. I don't know, maybe you can, but if there's anything really learnable about you, we should about those questions right now. So let's do a video. What if traditionally make our homes look like fucking spacecraft, like literally like the inside of a UFO? Without thinking. They call it aluminum, but it's not. Aluminum is special. Or no, pardon me. Call it tinfoil, but it's inexpensive. It's aluminum. Anyway, aluminum's not even great for you. But it's unreal what happens. It is the most obsessive compulsive thing I think we have in Judaism. It's our preparations for this. I remember I was in Chabad many years, and I would eat at other people's homes at this time many times. So like I didn't have challah in the house. I didn't eat bread for any other reason other than for religious reasons. And the rabbi said, "Have you searched your home for chametz?" And I'm like, "I don't have chametz." He's like, "How don't you have chametz?" I'm like, "I don't eat at home." And it's like nothing. I'm like, and I really didn't. I was living in a hotel, and I just you never eat there. You know, I might have like cheese, something, but nothing. I remember him being like stumped, like he'd never met anybody who didn't have chametz in the room. And I was like, "How about now?" Like no one knew what the fuck it was. It's leavened bread, dog. You have your shmur matzah. I got everything I need. What are your thoughts on matzah? I fucking love matzah. If you never, you gotta listen to me on some stuff because I have the best fucking ideas for a lot of things. But some recipes I have that is this is amazing. Like you'll go to a restaurant where they have like perhaps like chips and salsa. Maybe it's a kosher Mexican restaurant or something. Or they'll have like some kind of starter. In Israel, the starter needs to be this. It is amazing. It's matzah, salt, in Trader Joe's OU kosher marinara sauce. It is. You could just sit there and dip this shit like chips and salsa. It's like Hebrew chips and salsa. It's like Jewish chips and salsa. It's like Israeli chips and salsa. And it is so good. People always complain about matzah. I could eat matzah at any time. Like, oh, it's so bland. It's fine. it's like I think it's good. I'm like the one Jew who really fucking likes matzah. I'm sure I know there are others of us, but like I really like matzah. And in terms of matzo ball soup, noodle it, and all that, we don't put enough matzo balls in our fucking matzo ball soup. There's like one. It's like, duh. This should be needle out with a little broth. That's how I want it. Really, yeah. You like noodles? Fucking yeah, man. They could call me. Like in Once Upon a Time in America, the kid's named Noodles, and I was when I eat, I think about I eat noodles so much. Why do you like noodles? I've always liked noodles. And my grandparents always liked noodles. My grandma would make chicken paprikash, which is like traditional Hungarian, but it's like an Ashkenazi dish. I have it on Shabbat. It's like, what is it? I don't know all the ingredients, but it's like chicken, and there's like this that looks like it's paprika in it, and there's some other shit. And there'd be like a bed of noodles with chicken paprikash, and I thought I loved that. And a friend of mine made it on Shabbat a few years ago, and it tasted just like my grandmother's. It was, I hadn't had it in many, many years. That's like the one dish that I hadn't had that it like awakened something in me. There are smells. Smell is the sense that's most tied to memory. But this, like, the smell was the thing that, like, the taste is the thing. And what is it? Chicken parmesan. It's like you can use like a hot pot or like a slow cooker or something like a hot plate. It's just I don't know. It's like there aren't many Hungarian dishes that I like, and but um, and my grandfather's Hungarian. My grandmother is Hungarian, but she'd make it because my grandfather liked it, and she learned how to make it. One thing I didn't like about it is I don't like bones. I wish there was some kind of like machine that could debone a fish or a chicken or whatever, but to the point where it could be like scientifically, like the quality control on it would be like 6 sigma, like 0.0000001% chance of any error. Like people die of choking on parts often in the world. And have you ever choked on chicken? I have choked on stuff. Do you remember one time when it was like, no, fortunately. Um, not choking. I've been hospitalized a lot. Even though I'm a very like healthy person, I consider myself just for weird reasons. There's one I had neutropenia, which is low blood cell count, which people associate with AIDS, but I don't have AIDS really good, or HIV and all that stuff. What happened? Um, let's just say I was taking a supplement to lose it, and basically killed off all of my weight. And I did this twice, not realizing, and it could contribute to other issues that I have with cataract. It's like it's a legal thing. It's just it's like I don't want to get into it, but anyway, I was in a hospital and throat was like so swelled up, but the doctors and nurses they didn't know what was wrong with me, and they did not know how hard it was for me to swallow. It was like at the point where I could not swallow. My throat was so swollen. Really, yeah. I don't want to get too much into it right now, but I'm just talking. Anything else about Pesach? What's your favorite song? I've had a few of them. I mean, I remember when I was joined a new show like a decade ago or so, and asked me, and kind of like the entire room, my favorite Pesach to that point. I remember saying it was one when I was like maybe I just remember really getting this up then. Maybe about age 10 or so. Maybe not that old. Probably yeah, not 15. So it's not yet bar mitzvah, but just was it. And then we do this thing where we would do like impressions of I think it was in Who Knows What, and I had to do the Chag Meyudeh, and I did the 9 months of pregnancy, and I had to like in front of the public that I did not know had to reenact giving birth, and I did my best. Anyway, so what is it? 10 attributes of God, 12 tribes of Israel, 11 stars in Joseph's dreams, 10 the talismans, 9 months of pregnancy, 8 the days until the Brit Milah, 7 the days of the week, 6 the orders of the Mishnah, 5 the books of the Torah, 4 the Ma, Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, 3 the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, 2 the tablets of the Anyway, that was an interesting one. Um, I always like Coke during pizza. What are your feelings on kidney oat? It's a traditional pastime. But it's very, I'm like, it's very obsessive compulsive. Really. There's a lot with religion that's obsessive compulsive. And superstitions. Anyway, we can even do the thing. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. However, 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. No one really knows for sure. Very elaborate, but this really
America explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish biblical just Kabbalah is just we have it or that Kabbalah vow. Of course, neither of these things is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. Numerous of Jewish and Kabbalah is meant an introduction to Jewish myths and from the Protestantism in the 18th is meant to be exhaustive or in reflection, and hopefully it will help you to situate Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enjoy two characters to reach a larger audience. If you want, you can find higher introduction to Jewish
like a skinny version.
or if you find episodes after all the entire series, if you hope you check out and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, first and foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey through Jewish mysticism. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this vast and I think really, really amazing and beautiful and very controversial literature. So that said, I can also just really stoked at some of the really awesome people. And like scholars like Ashley Ford. That's really thank you so much to Ashley. It's an amazing scholar for Marxism, who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just like take the time to listen to me, I guess I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from pardes, right, which is this big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is a little unusual, right? We typically think of mysticism as going up towards God or whatever that is up there. But typically in Jewish mysticism, we go down, descend into things. And so the sort of lobby of the world of the mystical is this pardes, this garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, especially found in the Talmud and in the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may know, in the Babylonian Talmud, in Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive, basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one Rabbi Akiva ever heard. We'll talk about that really famous story in just a couple weeks. So Jewish mysticism is, on the one hand, I think, incredibly intriguing domain of study. So, how are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. When I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. And what that means is I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment. I don't try to do some general mystical ideas about what this stuff might mean. You'll do that on your own time because I don't have the mental capacity to tell you what half this stuff means. I can tell you why and maybe something about the world in which it got produced. What it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might just be, frankly, completely beyond me. What we'll be looking at the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texts, the major history and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as we work through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that. Right? So you can pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sacred Yetzirah or other major historical Jewish mystical texts, and that you can feel confident that you can dive into them. Now, sink or swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence to make the dive. So what I'm not going to do, what my aim is at the end of this class, is I can't make you a Kabbalist. Right? I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist. And so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. Like it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual life, in your spiritual development. That's fantastic. I don't want you to have to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism, or if I did it, that would be doing that in a different class, maybe. So, I'll be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystic. I'm going to be doing much in the way of meditating on the Jewish mysticism, we'll talk about it. They measure the body of God. God has 3 long fingers. So we'll get to that, this kind of mysticism later. So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So I'm talk about a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to to mean by mystical in this class. And you're going to hear the fact from a philosophical background. And so, about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, right? So, and in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the word tradition there, right, I'm kind of punning on it in Hebrew, right? The word Kabbalah actually means received, and it has a sense of tradition, right? So, I'm kind of punning a little bit on what this word mysticism. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions, they're inside of cultural contexts, they're inside things. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things. Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that, and that's not the case. In fact, many mystics and many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism. Think of Hildegard as being the great German Christian mystic. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is that they're not going to be giving us arguments. A mystic's not going to tell you A and B then C, therefore you should deduce D. And they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, my induction is a 75% certainty that blah, 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 blah. They're not doing any of that. They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally. So when I say non-rational, I want you to hear neither irrational nor rational, non-rational, something in between, something in between. I should also say just a little bit on the gate about the distinction here to be made between Jewish mysticism more generally and Kabbalah more specifically. We now, in the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use the term Kabbalah to describe all of Jewish mysticism. It's a bit of a mistake. The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, common era, mostly in France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like Tikkun Olam, which is a Kabbalistic idea of the preparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, contraction, in which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or cosmos. Those ideas don't come out of whole cloth, and we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there, but get there we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism, and there are other Jewish mysticisms that also existed prior to the Kabbalah, right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So that's part of the reason why it gets a bit confusing. So suffice to say, Israelite or mysticism extends probably back before history. What I mean by history, of course, here is the history of writing. When the ancient Israelites began to write things down, and as we'll see in a moment, some facts that have been recovered in Israelite literature are interestingly both composed by women and also composed by mystic women. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't get enough press. That some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So why that doesn't get enough press is sorry. But right, it's true. If you're curious what you're seeing on the screen here on the left-hand side, this is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called the Ketef And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead. Here, if you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this, and it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The little amulet's probably about that big, and the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They are very old Paleo letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing upright for just a moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure many folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on the behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak forward in ancient Greek. So core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people and communicated to people. Now, typically, when God speaks to people, that is non-rational, right? That's not rational. It's not rational, right? It's not like you can make a logical, deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously and sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really in two distinct ways. One thing that's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other Near East cultures. And that Yahweh establishes a contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract, is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think of this in terms of like the mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you know, you can get hurt out here, you don't want to pay us a little money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you. Right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah, certain sections of the Torah, are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats had to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known is Israel was almost always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would have made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a god and not another country, which means that you're subservient fundamentally to some other being and not the king of Babylon or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts always involve you getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites vowed that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vows that if they do that, they will get the land, right? They will have the land, and a land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest, right? And the idea is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was Let's call it Watch. This doesn't happen for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that fall down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelite community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Navi, right? Prophets, Navi. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always the prophet. You never invite a prophet to a party. Don't ruin any party you invite them to, because unless they spend all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelite and other ancient Near East literature, are widely attested. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. Seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is cuneiform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. And what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods, is that you kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver, obviously, and you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so, if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth. They sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die, whatever. And so there have been hundreds of these recovered from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was widely attested. I should also notice, just note here, that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predicted the future. That was a different job. Those were diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of prophets to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time, Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so, very few prophets attempt to predict the future in the ancient world. That is a different job. We now think of prophets as predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people. Right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God, Yahweh. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahweh there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the satrap of Yahud during the Persian period. And also we have a winged throne chariot that this is being sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. How many people have seen this image before? Show of hands or things like this have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most, when they see an image like this, they don't think
think the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted, clearly your home of the voyage is as Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Yahweh does not have a dick. So God appearing. God appearing is a real motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the god to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the god appear to you. And so, what's interesting about the Israelite theophany, God appearing, is that sometimes the Israelite writers like to pick their image of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne. Very common image. And if you had the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get, is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is that the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God, whether their God is corporeal and visible. And there's texts, most famously the text of the theophany of Moses, that Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy, it does say you saw me face to face, whatever. The Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites, always included somewhere. Exodus is hidden in the Bible, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of lightning all around where the God is, but the God is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate one hand to the claim our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us a law. We have a contract with God. That's what makes us special, chosen people. And on the other hand, they're like, yeah, our God's invisible. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body, doesn't live, and applies to God of everything. And so God also appears quasi-invisible as well. The main accounts that we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three. There are four, actually. We have the theophany of Abraham, or Abram at that time, hadn't been changed yet. Or Abram, God, need to follow me and do what I said, right? Go out of the Canaan, and move to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. The voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate, like perhaps other. Although I will say that the two theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up for you, right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drink partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, they're basically quaking in their boots. The text says they are quaking, like literally they are shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrifying. Yeah, we have the word all some, right? But notice how we say all full of all, the word gets negative. All full is bad, all some is good. Some all is okay. It's like a rainbow. A lot of all is bad. It's all full. But when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have, we're sweating, they lose the ability to speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call an Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner, an ecstatic expert, primarily found in Syria, and this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context and applied generally. I've been skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in a kind of a wordy way. What we see is that the expert or the shaman is able to go away and from that extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much the same way that traditions will often travel to the spirit in order to cure people, it seems like something else is happening with some forms of Israelite prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire community. So again, this is where using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think that the term does track at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah and the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible, probably actually represents an experience. Which is just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah probably did experience some kind of mystical event. And they record that event, and it's found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, is he especially interesting in this regard? Because if you read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is unusual, seeing things like lying straight naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? I don't know. I guess I'm forgetting to apologize. Ezekiel or because I have neither the ability to neither. But from the record, it seems like they have some other kinds of mental health concerns say now, which is also interesting because it shows that insanity in shaman culture, like you have that with capitalism when it can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected figure of society, whereas I think now he can like be institutionalized. So again, it's interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the names of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, I'm going to die. He says, I'm finished, like, I'm going to die. And he doesn't die, and then he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire Jewish mysticism called American literature or chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, but the time after that, this was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, American mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say mysticism, you should have in mind, right? This is how God is depicted as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, American mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, you're not getting up, right? They're not going up, they're going down, and the mystical view is down to the area. And they eventually give a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God, which we know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God, to look at that literature. And in some cases, they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So if you want to be transformed into an angel, all you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we'll get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, American mysticism is not Kabbalah, different kind of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. So as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well tested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is an outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. We do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world, but it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, I'm happy to talk more about that later, if they're interested. For whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. Probably that Egyptian religion was a highly centralized structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did the wider Near East. Just not. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best as it takes to meditation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world more generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn the main library of Ashurbanipal. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the Library of Ancient Alexandria over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because unlike burning libraries down now, right? Because the books that's bad. If you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right, the texts are all preserved on tablets, and burning tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in a British library because they're great stealing things. And so, what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is an individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurbanipal. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one person. Isaiah is written by three people, right? At three different times with three different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got knitted together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know of as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this chosen people stuff, But the ancient Israelites are an ancient Near Eastern people. And they didn't have their ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry, not sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy, what Israelite prophecies in a minute. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the devil. I don't know. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to get them into, it got them into an ecstatic state. And in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the God had to tell them and ascribe what those ecstatic utterances were. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices. Most famously, for instance, a lot of it out in Maya people. The Maya would they would pierce their tongue, or they would pull a string of barb running through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. Blood would be gathered into a pot, and then the paper with the blood soaked would burn, and the burning smoke kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture. It seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably to whipping themselves in order to use the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting you into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out. So anyway, self-harm is also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the Ten. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of rules. Although also there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be buried in a Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's a thing people say, and they're wrong. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophet. And also, what's really important that doesn't get talked about enough is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern. Specifically, the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the name Ishtar. Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another third gender called Asinu. And these Asinu prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they can be converted and converted back on the command of the goddess. And while you were converted to this Asinu gender, this third gender, you surveyed the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual sex work job, the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the stand, but interesting again from a material history and gender studies study of this is that the only attestation we have of a third gender with one kind of grammar. That actually means one person, but one person is in the masculine gender indicating. So clearly, is associated with female people, whereas the word here is Asinu, which clearly making it a gender bending category. And you can have your gender typically men. I don't know if there's any cases of women being assigned to be Asinu, but men prophets can be shifted to the Asinu gender. So if you're curious about that, FYI, there's a great study of that by the SPL called Prophets, Male and Female, like I said in the chat later. That is the most extensive study of this the role gender and the assigned gender in ancient Near Eastern prophecy. We only know of one Canaanite non-Israelite prophet, and that is the son of the Lord, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place. He's outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language, I think it's Moabite. And so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough for the Bible to include him, and he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survive. If they existed, which they very well did, they very well likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be that they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the provincial supremacy of the Israelites in Gaullism. It could just be that they haven't been discovered yet. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind a literary record. Unlike, she mentioned this text that is on the screen here, this is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts, the descent of Ishtar. This is a tale where Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It's a description of Ishtar and trapped there and having to help. It's a really funny text about Ishtar journeying to the underworld. Many religions have journeyed to the underworld. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld, Orpheus in the Greek legends. So this journey to the underworld business is a pretty typical religious literature, and the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read again prophetic literature and religious literature from the ancient world, in which women are the focus, unlike Israelite mythology, where it's all time. What we have in Israelite prophecy is a very complicated set of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as basically being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could kind of go down the street and there'd be a prophet in your village, very likely. If you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you could probably get in contact with Yahweh like Yahweh at Yahweh.com or Gov. And so prophecy was widely attested. So, first thing that we know is that prophets occur in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, the oldest literature is in Hebrew or to Devorah and Miriam. We know the Song of Sea and the Song of Devorah from the book of Judges were probably the oldest of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old, there's no definite article yet in Hebrew. Right? They are very old. That's why they go back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that period, both of these prophetic pieces of literature, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, are what we call war-band prophecy. Band prophecy, all throughout the world, in which a prophet had contact with their God and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually military matters. And then after he was one doing what he did, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the God. And that's exactly what we have in the Song of Devorah and the Song of Miriam. The Song of Devorah probably is a very early, probably Bronze Age or very account of a tribal conflict in which one group of people killed the other, right? just started driving tips like that dude's in, which is metal. And so, yeah, tips like these phones, that's the thing. And if you read the Deborah account, especially in Hebrew, it is very archaic. And of course, the Miriam story also probably is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites were able to escape, or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think this is what's interesting about this, is that the earliest piece of literature we have from ancient Israelites to survive are mystical literature. They're accounts of the gods speaking, and they're accounts of the gods being in both cases. This may indicate, and we have two pieces of evidence here, served a in very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted through battle, that they were allowed to God, or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, some kind of connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. It's just ambiguous. This early pieces of literature independent prophets, like freelance prophets. Those are people that basically go around condemning people for prophets that you probably know are famous people like Amos, who was very famous condemning the practices of the ancient, specifically their excess, being very wealthy. Amos is probably the most social justice warrior God of the Hebrew Bible. He dislikes the fact that they are the Israelites are so wealthy to oppress poor people. If you've ever read that great section of where it says, if they're born, I don't want you fasting from water, I don't want you fasting from social injustice. Right, and so he's really big in our tradition. I think some more progressive people come from the prophet Amos. So he was an independent social critic. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states and often act out their prophecies. So, for instance, if you think that the king Gore by Emmy, it's not enough that the prophets actually have gore, horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical way, it seems. And that these theatrical shows were prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So we do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Near Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also seems like that among other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrians, ancient Babylonians had developed a very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that weren't clear. And they rejected it not because they knew better. It was like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology was wrong. Probably just that they were jealous. They didn't have the sophisticated math. The ancient Israelites do not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they like direct contact with their God. All things told, none of it was terribly reliable when it came to predicting the future. They all got destroyed by somebody. None of them saw it coming. We also know that there were Romans prophetic bands. These are some prophets as they're roaming around the countryside. We know they had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such an band of Roman prophets. We also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is dancing and music were a destination of Israel. One of the things I really miss is that I have no idea what the music would sound like. My idea is that it was always like somewhere in that or something. We have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some big ideas of what the instruments were, and we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, first Israelite king, contacted one of these Roman ancient Israelite prophets, and he also immediately fell into ecstatic state. So it seems like going into ecstatic state was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normalized. It was a thing that could be expected to happen. So they had to come figure might go into an ecstatic state and commune with Galway. We do know of several women who were engaged in prophecy, and they had, in some cases, very high rankings in society. One thinks of the prophets as is primarily from the book of Kings. King Josiah finds a Torah scroll on a wall, and which is a Torah waste, by the way, basically a piece of political propaganda from the 6th century BC, which no one talks about that. That's the thing. But Huldah is actually a older prophet. She's a refugee from the north. She's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's consulted to basically vet whether or not this scroll found was true. And of course, she does the very wise thing and says it is. I'm sure next we know that women had a relatively high-ranking position of power as prophets. They were often priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things at a high level as basic scripture. Again, I want to restate that just so folks hear it. This is a woman vetting the legitimacy of the Bible. That is enormously important in the history of Judaism and in the history of religion, I think, more generally, considering how completely screwed women are on every level in this historical thing. The ancient Israelites vetted the Torah almost as we know it, at least the book of Deuteronomy. We know virtually nothing about her, but clearly she was considered to be in contact with the Almighty, and at least for political reasons, some sections of the Bible that. We also know that there were professional prophets, as the same prophets whose job it was to be a prophet paid, got a 9-to-5 job. Or probably, I don't know if they did, but local prophets on their 95. But they had professional prophets that existed. We also know of non-professional prophets, sometimes they're called men of God, and these were often associated also with miracle working and what may be better described as magic. These are folks like Elijah and Elisha, who in only accounts of people being resurrected from the dead in the entire Hebrew Bible are both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represented God mostly in divine roles. As you may know, many Israelites in other Canaanite people worship a god called Baal, who is very popular as a storm god, because as you may know, storms are very rare in ancient Israel. And you relied on winter rains basically to make sure that you had agricultural crops. So storms were a godsend, and Baal was very popular. Well, just like on the middle school playground of your childhood, people fought each other to show how cool they were, and so did the gods. And so we know most famously about Elijah, was Elijah challenged the purpose of Baal to a dome, and subsequently murdered them all by cutting their heads off by a stone. If that rings of Al-Qaeda to you, yes, this is a brutal world, and whether this story happened or not, we don't know, but the fact that these like writer that recorded it religion, at least meant that they wanted to happen, whether it really happened or not. So that reflected the God kind of situation. Largely with what you remember in that story in Kings is really worth reading. Elijah was a weird dude. And he's on the fringe of society. He's an ecclesial Israelite. He's constantly called a Tishbite, not Tishbite, right? And so as a Tishbite, he may have not even been born Israelite. He's a kind of fringe character that had a very strange relationship with, and we continue to have, he didn't die allegedly, and now we invite him into our home and real life. So just remember, when we invite him into your home, they did cut off the head allegedly of like 500 people one time. So be careful when you invite him into your home. Those guys are 500 people. We also know that profits seem to have been both ecstatic and non-ecstatic, which is to say that some of them went into fugue states. We might call them ecstatic states to issue their prophecy. Others didn't. So we have a range of prophetic techniques. Unfortunately, what we don't have is any accounts in ancient Israel literature about how they did this. We know they danced, they played music, nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably wondering, did they do drugs? Probably not. At least if they did, it's not recorded. Right? We don't have any hesitation of Elijah, ate some mushrooms and then went to town, or smoke some weed or whatever, or even drink alcohol. Any of the prophets are actually sworn off of alcohol as part of their prophetic vocation. So we don't have much evidence of substance use in the prophetic literature. However, archaeology is a hell of a drug, and what we recently found at a site called Tel Arad, which is one of the few Yahweh shrines that survive from the ancient world, we found on the top of one of the altars where you burn incense, candles. And so we know that room, right, would have been relatively small if they were burning incense with cannabinoids in it. They were hotboxing. Maybe. We don't know, right? But we found it. We found evidence of cannabinoids at Yahweh Shrine, right? One of the only ones that survived. There are only two that survived. There's one in Tel Arad and then Tel Don, the traditional one. It's the Shiloh one. But maybe they were getting contact eyes. Talking to y'all. I would encourage you to do your experimentation on your own time, see what you so I do not know. But this, by the way, that talking about the Tel Arad cannabinoid thing was just like a year ago. So people who think that they come to everything over there, they find all kind of weird stuff. So, actually, they thought they found it. They just didn't think to test it. That shrine's been sitting in the Natural Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for some reason. And so some guy scraped it and was like, it's leaving. So that's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is from the Habakkuk picture. The picture is a commentary. This is the first commentary we know of in Judaism. And if you know anything about the history of Judaism, commentaries are our jam. We are a commentary writing people. We love the right quote. We write things called hyper commentaries, folks. Hyper commentary is a commentary on a commentary on a commentary. That is, commentaries are our jam, and this is the first one. This is a commentary on the prophet Habakkuk. This is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is the first time where a prophet, the prophet Habakkuk, is actually being read as a esoteric text. The commentator believes that inside of the prophecy of Habakkuk are secret things that are going to happen in the future. And so, if you've ever heard curious people say that they found secret things in the Bible that describing the future, this is the first guy who reports out to do this. Is in the Habakkuk picture found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can find this document in any collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But again, what's important to note here, right, is that even the idea that you could mine a prophetic piece of literature to mine the future, an idea that we all know it's culturally very common. Beginning to flip on the radio, I'm sure you can find some preacher right now telling you the end of the world is coming because they found something in the Bible, hey, whatever. The first time we see it actually happen in Israeli literature is in this commentary on Habakkuk. So you can read the book of Habakkuk, it's really short, and then you can read the Habakkuk picture in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And take a look at that. This is also on display in the Shrine of the Book and Jerusalem. People always flock to see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think that it's the biggest one. But just so you know, if you go to the Shrine of the Book, the Great Isaiah Scroll is a replica. It's not the real one. That one's the real one stored in a bunker somewhere. But the Habakkuk picture is the real one, and no one ever spends any time on it because it just thinks it's nonsense. I don't care. And I got to spend like an hour looking at this exact example of the Habakkuk picture. So, there we have it. As I mentioned, we know basically nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets aside from books they figured it out. Clearly, the scribes that wrote these books down thought of them as incredibly important. A couple of them, we know nothing about their practices, their mystical practices, so we don't know anything about their meditation techniques, their breathing techniques, drugs that they have used or not used. We know very little about how they achieved these mystical states. So, reconstructing what they did is very difficult. We also know very little about the phenomenology of this. And phenomenology is the $2 word that means the experience of this. What it was like to be a prophet. What was it like to experience this ecstatic state? We know very little about it because ancient Israelites, like many ancient cultures, just didn't put as much emphasis on subjectivity that we do. We are narcissistic people. We love ourselves. We love talking about ourselves. And you can find 1,000 books about people talking about memoirs and things, right? Ancient peoples did not care about subjectivity the way that we do. And so when you think about this reading the Hebrew Bible, how often do you learn about the emotional states of characters? Basically, it's like, and he got angry, or they were sad, and they move on. We know very little about the interior of these characters because they didn't care about it as a literary motif. Right? It's not like Russian romanticism or something. And we know very little about the phenomenology of these experiences, aside from they were apparently very scary. That's it. Right? So we know that ancient Israelite prophecy, ancient Israelite mysticism was a social anchor. It was a political anchor. It was an economic anchor. We know that with that many people, 400 prophets employed by the Lord, this is a part of the economy. Right? So no marginal thing in any stretch of the imagination. We know very little about it from a material culture point of view, unfortunately. What we do know is that the prophets went away. Israelite prophecy went away eventually. The reason probably that it went away is that the countries were destroyed. Ancient Israel was destroyed in 722 BCE. Ancient Judah was destroyed in 586. And if your country gets destroyed, well, you don't have a job anymore. If you're alive, right? If you're alive. And we know there are prophets operating in the exile. Ezekiel did. Jeremiah flees into Egypt. So we do know that they escaped. But we know that the social institution of prophecy did not survive these destructions. So, why? It could be a lot of things. One of the reasons it could just be that they got killed. Right? Like the mass. That's the thing that happened in the ancient world. Another reason why it could be is, well, see it coming. Your whole job is to communicate from Yahweh what's about to happen, how we can make this not happen. And they didn't. So, if your astrologer doesn't see the thing coming, well, get a different astrologer. So, part of the problem of divination is if you don't see the big things coming, like your whole country being destroyed, well, that shakes confidence in your ability to communicate for your God. We also know that prophets weren't terribly popular in some ways. I mean, no one likes social critics, right? Don't ask the social critics. People hate social critics, right? People hate people being like, listen, you're rich and God can wealthy people out there who don't want to told that being wealthy and powerful is evil, right? And there are also people that kill people to prevent them from saying that. And so prophets often got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So it could just be they were also avoiding some level, anyway, the marginalized were. As the political situation in Judah gets increasingly bad, what ends up happening is that prophecy ultimately shifts away from condemning the Israelites to basically saying, well, one day God's going to come and kill you, right? You're not doing the right thing, God's going to get God's revenge on you. Shift to what's sometimes referred to as the Yom Yahweh motif, or the Day of the Lord. When I say Lord, it always makes me feel like I'm a Southern Baptist preacher. I'm going to make that Lord really long. Anyway, basically what it comes out to is the promise more or less saying, God's abandoned you, God's going to kill you. Right? And so there's a kind of prophetic frustration that seems to set in where the prophets are increasingly thinking distant, removed future, where God will sort things out, but the present is just a nightmare. The Babylonians are destroying everything, things like that. And what ends up happening is that after the Judahites land is destroyed in the 6th century BCE, the prophets basically are done for as an institution. The Judahite prophets vanish. And the prophet prophetic literature as we have it in the Hebrew Bible is moved up. Now, that doesn't mean that people stop being weird. People continue being weird. It's just that they're weird is a new kind of weird. And that new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Right? The new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Now, I know that the word apocalyptic typically has to do with the end of the world. That's not what apocalyptic claims to mean in this case. But, right, what we'll do is we'll return next week to talk about the rise of Jewish apocalypticism. There's angels, demons, the end of the world, the battle between good and evil, right? The Messiah. We haven't talked about any of that yet. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about that stuff. The ancient Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the apocalypse that they do. And so when we get back next week, we'll talk about the rise of people who have visions of angels and demons, people who have visions of the afterlife. The Israelites really didn't believe in an afterlife. They believed in a place called Sheol, which is just sort of a cave-like grave that you went and stayed in forever. There's no demons living in there. So what we see is a massive innovation in Jewish religion in the aftermath of the prophecy, where rather than the prophets speaking to God, right, rather than Yahweh speaking to the prophets, what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a shift from oral culture, God speaking to the prophets, and this prophet speaking for God. Rather than speaking, God is going to show things to people. Right, we're going to switch from a visual culture to a oral culture to a visual culture. And in fact, the word apocalypse means to reveal. And if you've ever read much of the apocalyptic literature, is showing rather than telling. Right? Show rather and I saw. Blah, 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 blah. So we're going to see a huge shift starting next time with the rise of the apocalyptic. And the apocalyptic is going to bring in the force of a new form of Judaism is going to be really, really, really weird. With a lot of weird names and things like that. I will say this, just as we wrap up for tonight, prophetic Judaism is not completely go away. There continue to be prophets from time to time that did speak on behalf of Yahweh. You probably know one of the more famous ones. His name is Jesus, Josh of Nazareth, as I call him. It's probably the case that Jesus of Nazareth, I mean, Jesus is just a Greek version of Joshua, Josh. He probably thought of himself as speaking on behalf of God. And so these people did emerge, and they did manage to get themselves killed pretty consistently. And what we'll also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise of the Middle Ages, is a new form of prophetic Kabbalah, where Abraham Abulafia will actually techniques for getting a vision of God, and we actually have those techniques. They're breathing techniques, they're meditation techniques. We'll talk about some of those techniques as we get into the rise of Kabbalah. So prophecy is not completely gone away, but it has a kind of, I think, a kind of half-life that as an institution, it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there's continue to be prophets from time to time. Judaism. They also continue to have a pretty bad life. Abraham Abulafia was excommunicated and condemned and died in obscurity, so I don't recommend it. If you want to be happy, don't be a prophet. If you want to make others happy, welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is.
She upside down on Facebook device. All other candidates was a student of the thesis. She also activity. There was in all of these cases, it was such an overwhelming there. There was a lot of take it down. Okay, this is a position. Remember again, This is what the kadar spesifik this is the same that people have on this show. Right? But the initial set, Leilog, Nishbach, Thomas. These are cases where even if you put the carbon on the space, you get back together. The rights are explaining to us where the easiest sheet of them. Sheets of these, again. Most of these prices just be moving over. Anyway, I'm over the shade up. So I was going to over the shade up. Right, that is around this entire road. Only the Java Shimish Hokabalova, you should but how do I know? So says, how do I know that even in cases of disqualified or wrong, or in disqualified cases, if you ended up putting all the arguments there, which we don't take it down, that you use it there, it gives examples. How do I know, for example, in case we always checked it at night, a case with a button skills, a case where the button is taken out to the creases when it's in a crush. Where again is left over there. Yotze, taken out. Turner comes down. Shirishka puts my love puts the hello. Or again, shifting the attention to consume outside the river canal. Then over the place. Or Shirishka Sungrass demo. Someone disqualified with Kabbalah and sprinkled with love. Or he's putting the not pushing us through. Or if I say again, look at the top. Some people are pushing us than the button is supposed to be applied outside, you'll apply it inside, or if you move us than the button. Just the inside, you put it outside, just as sexual shit. Every single possible disqualification, or inside, that's how shameless. Shuffle, or inside the frontals, that's that was shuffling shade of the shrub. Once again, that by the way. It's just that clean, sparkling feelings of the Bible. Remember, if every other carbon, if shuffling shalom shema, is still costly. The only two exceptions to that rule takes after the Father. So essentially, what's the other thing that Jimmy just did? Jimmy said, how do I know that every single disqualification that a carbon can have, if you have every one, that's the whole list. That's the entire, the only possible carbonic disqualification. How do I know that even if the carbon extends any disqualification and you ended up putting it on his gap, that's what? That you don't take it down. Talmud Lomar told us. However, we got Torah Abbas the full over. So, the Torah gives a one word. The full Hakolim. What? Anything that is taken up on his there, that what should also. That's what Shimon says in the list. So she finally looked at this machine and do that. So the machine says pretty much every single disqualification. And I give us I want to be clear. Obviously, when you have a disqualification, what you should do is tell everybody to do it. Generally, it's discard. Despite again, there's a place where they would go out and dispose of disqualified companies. We're talking about a case of ex post facto, right? Somebody didn't pay attention to the halacha and ended up putting it on his definition. It says once it's there, do not take it down. Where does he get that from? Zos top plus ha'olah, and again, here it says olah doesn't just reflect the pump. Now, the olah is a description of only everything that is placed on top of it is there. Ultimately, again, once it's there, ultimately don't take it out. If you look at the last Rashi, God's olah, she on the the Hisham Halayla at the Mokin Yosef. So what's the Sirud is interesting. If you look at the portion of the concept is Zos ha'olah, ki ha'olah al. What God, I'm going to put it on fire. Once you put it on the fire, since you put it on his there, do not take it down. Incredible. Incredible. So Yimara says, you got right, Joseph. Knuckle. Now, again, listen, our machines in the one second. You might have felt like this. Knuckle. Knuckle. Shiny mouth, Hanova. Hanova. What's it? You might have felt like this. The other category of disqualifications. For example, yeah. Somebody using the ladder looks and says, how can I hold this up? Yeah. But it was what by holding up. That's not because the block. I can reverse it here. So for a dog, Kilani, Buckley, Chopa, which means again has some type of condition for which is going to limit in die. Those who don't in C-section, you remember that even these type of couples, there's one kind of example go to. If you don't come and go by source. So let's say I watch this. So what's the zones? The zones normally again is that zones is always the zones normally means what? Internalization. Yes. So whenever you see zones, right, in this area, zones is always coming to the limit. You look at the Shimon says this. On the one hand, and he says zones tarasa Allah ki ha'ola al means anything that is over, anything that is put on top of the fire of the Muslim, don't take it down. Yes, that works. Also tells that this halacha only applies to certain things, doesn't apply to everything. So what does it come? Ultimately, I'm going to get this last thing. I use that we just, and let's just go 1 second. This is good because remember, this price set is literally working as sticking the same over here. So you must ask, now what is the rabbi saying? And see, yeah, I don't understand. How do you know? How do you know which category of disqualifications to include? Which category of disqualifications that they put it on his back? dealing with that, and which category disqualifications to X. But I want one of us, even if we put on his deck, we take it down. How do you know? Not Royce, the Ravos Castillo, Matías Eber, usually was Akashi, but Akashi Amsday. He's oh, so cute. Right? Serena says, right, Akashi, but Akashi. In the end, so now that I was I said, here's what I have. I believe equally and need it. Like I have an inclusionary phrase. And an exclusionary phrase. What's my inclusionary phrase? Told us what's the exclusionary word? Jokes. So now that I inclusionary exclusion. So we must listen to this. My button was in Shahaya Rasul Bakula. ونفسي أني أسأله شنو حالك السورة بنقدش. Someone says, this is it. This is it. Okay, again. Traditional exclusionary rules. Anything with disqualification develop inside of the pieces of the base of the brush. That is the type of carbon that if you put it on his there, don't take it, guys. Don't take it. As opposed to whereas if you went ahead and put it out, even if you went ahead and I love how myself, you went ahead and you put on his down, ultimately again, you should go ahead and take it. So I'm going to say, like that and engage in acting let's keep it to our heart. One of these cases mean by the time the hand is just for this and it will disqualify for the reason. So for the coming of the machine will say if you accident you put on his there, take it down. As opposed to an animal that and it's essentially what let's use like this. Once the animal ever self-sufficiently fit, the doing self-sufficiently fit at some point in time, even if this present is unfit, halakha on the mindset, and if you put it on, you can leave it blessed. If it was unfit from the beginning, but ultimately, even if you put it on, take it down. Remember, that's what machines are almost. I see again. That's all it's displaying these 50 miles. Literally, it's like everything money to keep this. Check this in the Mishnah. So now we've got Rabbi Yehuda. Now we have Rabbi Shimon. We've got a woman. So we know now Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda, nice in the Makkah. Unless it was a real rest. So we Rabbi Yehuda gave us a number of different Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees with Rabbi Shimon. لا يريد أن يبدأ الليلة مشبع طعام if you turn it at night, it's going to shut down just once. Only when you took the blood outside the pieces that is in the flesh, and you do it. In these cases, even if you put the covering on, you have to take it off. But the chin holds it. Even in these cases, if you put it on, you leave it on. So what does that do to get this sheet of rice? So we want to let it. Here we go. Nice and on the upper. We're just going to leave it out. If they're not on you, you know, you don't touch her. Why is it that is? Dad, but I feel good because 1 year left overnight. Now, that really stuff. If you went ahead and you put the cotton on his hip, that is okay. Right now, you've got it. Showering long. Caution baby. Why? Because I'm not calling myself the second. Official parts open up your hand in. They were left over the and subsequently put them into the so we didn't just leave it out, right? So what? Is it that normal by down instruction? Because yes, learn by reading instruction. What's the better? We said pressure means if you put it on his back, you don't have to take it down. So if that works for you, sacrificial parts is going to work.
I can't hear anything. This is Kill Tony.
Hey, I can hear everything just fine. It sounds beautiful in here. The music's playing here over. Is that all right? Welcome, everyone. How exciting is this? Brian Redman's here. Still all deep in quarantine. Yes. How's life going?
It's going slow. I definitely this week or last week, definitely had my first time where I thought it was a different day. I played like the whole day. And wow. Have you had that yet?
No, I always have something that I'm some deadline or some dumb project on a certain day, so I keep it. But a lot of people are stuck at home. I'm sure everyone that's watching, because we are under lockdown, is stuck at home. But there are no worries. The lights are always on in my bookie to keep you entertained. They're hooking you up with all your favorite games, blackjack, roulette, or video poker, slots, all while you're out scavenging for toilet paper. Excitement never stops with my bookie. Got the itch, scratch it with my bookies. You know dealers online, right? They got real dealers at their tables live on site 24/7. These guys definitely don't mess around.
That's a great job. At my bookie, you can even bet on politics if you're really bored. You can bet on the weather. You bet on weather. That's insane. They offer something for everyone and always. When you win, you get paid. Put your skills to the test in their huge blackjack and slots tournaments with insane prize pools. In fact, if you're stuck at home right now, they got a $10,000 blackjack tournament for you to sink your team into. It's free to enter and it pays cash if you win. You can trust the industry. Reliable, upright, and best of all, they pay you fast when you win.
It's where I play, and it's where you should too. I can hook up for you to do the smart thing. Go to mybookie.ag and your first deposits double. Double your money. See, we can lose half. We can leave it half or something like that. Use the promo code KILLTONY to activate the offer. Promo code KILLTONY at mybookie.ag. You spin, you win, you get paid. Hey, there it is. Very loud. There we are. An episode of Goldilocks sound here this evening. Very fun. And so yeah, there's dates that are being scheduled for Kill Tony and myself headlining. Those are those are changing and evolving rapidly. There's some really, we'll announce more next week. Just know that as of now, Kill Tony Mania and the Road to Kill Tony Mania in Sacramento and San Francisco at the end of October, that's going to be obviously a huge party. Miami, Bakersfield, Washington, Salt Lake City, and Houston as well are in the since things open up. Miami's definitely one. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to enjoy. I'm going to make a point to enjoy a fun weekend in Miami if that happens. I don't know. Who knows? I'm glad to be here at Better Box Studios. Get a candle at damngoodco.com and buy a candle, tag Go Tony Show on Instagram, and repost it. Plus, they're just great candles. So why not get a candle? Enjoy yourself during this time. You know, my power went out the other day for just a moment, and had to light some candles. You know, so much electricity is being used for the people at home. Let me tell you something, when the power goes out, that's a big deal. You can steal it. It's not fun. It freaks you out. Yeah. So the Wi-Fi goes out too. And the oven's out. And the stove's out. If you live in, modern times, a lot of you have perhaps a wood-burning stove or something like that. Anyway, they have a candle. It's fun to light when things go out. Anyway, 420. Yeah. We're all set like candles here this evening. Shout out to Gage and Anthony in the booth. It's Gage _ Tyrena on things. No, just Gage Tyrena, all one word, TIJDRNA. Fuck yeah. And _. I got it.
Yeah, 420 is a tough choice for it. And if I get this real quick, Duncan's Netflix special came out today. It's from the creator of Adventure.
That's right.
It came out today. It's already out. It's created by the same guy that did Adventure. Which is one of my favorite cartoons. It's Duncan Trussell. It's crazy. And mixed in with that show. Check it out. It's called No Midnight Gospel on Netflix.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of laughter and with Duncan and together against it. We have a bunch of fun here. You guys know every single week they commit to being different characters on the show throughout the episode. We never know what they're going to be. There, I present you the best damn band in LA. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Gilbert, Joel the Menace, and the Jetski, Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Find out who they are. We hear music. Here comes the band. Wow! I love this. Definitely see. Whoa! Heck yeah. Man. This is great. Alright. So we got frienders, and are you guys all frienders, or are we just douchebags? I can't remember how this goes. Douchebag. That's right. Douchebag. I was once a douchebag during so Kill Jeremiah. Is this the first time back to the douchebag since then? I think so.
Just indeed. What's up, Tad?
Hi, Tad. Nice to meet you. Glad you're here. A long time, Tad. An episode where your friend Jeremiah hosted one.
Yeah, I heard. How was it?
It was one of our roughest episodes ever. Didn't really have a leader to keep the whole thing on track.
I don't know about that, baby driver.
And it's your time on the show, right? What's your name?
It's my always hard.
Dude, his dick is fat.
Connor, hi Connor, what do you do for work?
Oh,
Vlogs, videos.
Happy 420 now.
Celebrating 420 at all? Fuck yeah, dude. How about you, Taz? You don't seem stoned at all.
Alright, just answer for me.
Wow. There you go. We're here with the douchebags and Restream. So, what's your fun douchebags today?
I bet I can clean better than these douchebags. Can you clean? Oh, dude, do it right now. Can you clean? You ready to clean right now?
No. Douchebags and a bunch of people, you know, like a writer's home showcase, say this version of 14 Kill Tony, where we still get sent in from all around the world, and then we interview the person.
Sugar Tony trying to kill Luke and his favorites.
Look at this. Oh my god. So let's just get this party started. Let's get a minute long. What would be a set on stage perhaps. A lot of these people just would never do stand up. Some of them have done stand up. Some of them are professional comedians that have been on the 14 episodes. Of years of experience. A lot of people, we don't know what's going to happen. That's the point. The producers can't select clips and communicate with the people, so we don't know what's going to happen here today. So let's find out what our first comedian is like. Here's a minute of attempted what could be stand-up comedy from a guy named Sternworm. What's up, Sternworm? Welcome to the show. Douchebag. I love it. The douchebags love you, Sternworm. So that's true. You really moved out to LA in January? You're what? Oh, Jesus. You want to just jump right into it? We barely know anything about it. God damn. You really are. Meat and potatoes indeed. Let's wait a second for the rap. Where'd you move from? Jersey and Florida, two of the most populated careers places. Those are the biggest outbreaks in the entire country for years of the coronavirus. Berg is actually from Jersey. He thinks everybody in California has AIDS. Congratulations and welcome. What's up with the scar on your forehead? I gotta ask about that. What happened there? Are you a former pro wrestler, or is that just No, down there. No, now you have your eyebrows up. Okay, that's what it is. It's just wrinkling of your eyebrows.
He's got that scary shit. It's bad lighting, bro. You got a contour.
You do a contour. Even the douchebags know what's up, but it's okay. I love it. So you moved out in January. Did you ever make it to the Comedy Store at any point in January? Oh, okay. Do you live by yourself? Wow, how do you afford that? Hancock Park's a very nice place. A studio's up in LA on your own unless you're making money. How are you making money? You're getting the douchebags on your side. More and more of these guys love Cheesecake Factory. What do you guys like to order when you go to the Cheesecake Factory? How about you, Connor?
I'll just have one of everything new. They got it all new. Their Cheesecake Factory's about to go big.
I love it. You got their back. You're loyal to the fucking oil. I love that. How long have you worked at the Cheesecake Factory? My God, Cheesecake Factory, you have that whole menu memorized, huh?
Cheesecake Factory menu, second chapter.
What's your love life been like? Did you get laid? Any Jersey trickery? Work on any ladies here in LA? And then let's talk about obviously the liquor bottles, which seem to be a prominent part of your household. Have you been drinking a lot?
After
420 to you, but that's
talking brisket or like ribs.
he's talking about wine there.
Oh, fuck, fucking smoke that too.
You smoke brisket?
Yeah.
How do you do it?
That's my favorite flavor.
Tell the listeners how to smoke brisket if you know how to do it.
Yeah, you want to get it, you just put it in your grinder, dude. Make it roll, right? Throw it into some fucking parchment paper, dude. You light it up with that Elon Musk flamethrower, dude.
We're gonna hear this guy rap. Let's hear a rap from Stirworm, everyone. Here we go.
Like 30 seconds.
Do like 30 seconds. And if it's green, I'll wait on and tell you to keep going. Here he is, Stirworm, everyone. That was great. You did a great job. How long have you been rapping?
You're in the Cheesecake Factory, like, you know what, I can become a rapper. What do you say before Cheesecake? Okay, that's enough. Did you say you were at Rikers?
No, we didn't say it was a Stirworm, is that your rap name?
outside of this interest, carbon second.
So what have you been doing? What have you been doing to stay sane during the quarantine? Any advice for us or more? Cheesecake Factory still paying you guys? You're right. You're absolutely right. Everything has shut down and is pretty tough. And I just know that the only thing getting me through it is going to mybookie.ag where they double your first deposit. If you use the promo code Calzone, you spin, you win, you get paid. It's that, oh my God. You can bet on what the same water you drink out of. Oh my God. Yeah, you can put the over-under from Jeremiah's cards. Those are actual cards coming out of this bubble in an enclosed room. We are all measured out to be exactly 6 feet apart. Mike's choice. Alright, is there more of anything else crazy we should know about you before we let you go? I love it. Definitely will do. You'll be a lot of fun. The audience will really, rap banging like that and comedy obviously translate much better in front of a live audience. So I can't wait to have you on back home at the Comedy Store and stuff. So back up. Make sure you sign up and hang out. There you go, Swarm, everybody. Play the channel starts We're in it now. Sure, why not speak to the Cheesecake Factory? One of the jobs that actually I got hired, and then they gave me the video. I had no idea. I'd never been to the Cheesecake Factory before, and I quit the second day. I was like, no way, I'm learning that video. That video is really like 100 pages long. Yeah. 100 pages. I mean, it's pretty big. Advertisements in between it. Crazy. There's a lot of people that eat there don't know how to read. So you think the menu would be smaller just with pictures. Alright, your next comedian goes by the name of Josh Basili. Everyone here's Josh. Here it is, Josh Basili.
She raped all her children, and her children raped all their children, and their children raped their children. A cycle. One day God, on Paris, my mom and dad, and the fathers, like my cousins, they unfortunately can't say that because their dad took their virginity. Statue, as you'd like to call them, snatched both of his sons. And private parts, and we call his schizophrenic. And he also said that, and guess what? Jake is in Washington State governor race. You spent all your money on the race, and you lost your campaign. Not only that, is your son is gay, and you don't even know that. He sucks more dick than his mom. She sucks so hard.
What is going on? Wow, Josh Basili, welcome to the show, my man.
Hey, what's up, Tony? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Manny?
How's it going? Good, have you? That that was a hell of a performance there. That was really just airing out some of the family's dirty laundry, it seemed.
It's the stupid, man. Like I said, I got a demon ex-family, so I let it rip.
What kind of family was it? What's the ethnicity there?
So actually, my parents, they ran from Egypt, and they got that hot blood, that hot blood from the south.
And behind you.
Oh, come on.
Those spouse, yeah, those spouse, this is why here, missing teeth, you see missing teeth, that's animals. You got no teeth.
Is that true that your auntie doesn't have teeth?
I mean, y'all fake kids and fake everything else. Yeah, bro, 425.
So they're all in Egypt, or where were you born?
I'm from Seattle originally. I'm from Seattle. My parents, my mom and dad, they are from Egypt, but my mom moved to Seattle when she was about 7, I think. And then she grew up in Seattle. My dad came over. They were actually arranged marriage from her satanic mom, you know. So I decided to marry my dad. So I'm lucky my dad's a great guy.
How old are you?
32.
32. What do you do for work?
I'm an actor. I'm a person union, and I do acting. And I try to get more confident.
No.
I got the acting, right?
Yeah.
I'm the fourth of today. Screen Actors Guild, you know? Come on, man.
That's incredible. Can we find any of your work anywhere in like a background of Ozark or something like that? Or
I was on a show called Love at First Kiss on TLC. It's like a reality show. And then I have something on YouTube. I just released 420 today.
you have a clip of that? Oh, okay, yeah. Let's roll it. Yeah. Small. Short clip. It's exciting. See what it looks like. Oh. There you go. That's enough. What ends up happening?
So basically, you always see reality, right?
Yeah, I see reality.
Reality of my life.
Alright, so these producers, I don't even care, bro. I don't like they just scam artists, bro. They tell you you're gonna do this and that. They don't even pay you. Like, I'm going to be getting hitched to this girl I just met. How am I gonna get hitched to some bitch I don't even know, brother? It doesn't even make sense.
So why'd you agree to it?
I mean, I wouldn't be getting something should have done with this. I should have asked for a bump or something to do. I didn't know I'd have to get as big a gig, you know? I just thought I'd go on the show and shit.
Being informed by one of the producers here that you are a popular meme online. Do you know about this?
Yeah, you know the Drake meme? Drake, Rihanna, like Drake is hugging Rihanna and he's basically I'm gonna fuck you in the DMs, but and then you in person you just get a girl hug like this, like
Oh my god. You got that Simpsons beard right there, dude.
hey, look.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know, Christmas is my favorite jacket. I bought it from the thrift store, dude.
No, I love it. I love it. You got really good at changing the subject.
I got some gifts from Tony and Ryan and Jeremiah and Joel. I'm trying to look at all these kind of small strings. And just,
What's the gift?
I got you for Christmas. Ready?
What's the gift?
Right here, I got you 420, guys. Merry Christmas.
Don't kill yourself.
All right. I got a little card, one of those special fucking cards, like,
You're sweet.
so, actually, it's all yours, guys.
Thanks a lot. Okay, we also have speed weed, so we don't really need any of them.
Did you luckily you use Speedweed for all your delivery services? Are you in LA?
I live in LA, Koreatown. K-Town, down.
I love it. How's the quarantine there in K-Town?
Good, man. Hang out with Dr. George. You want to see him?
Yeah.
You do.
George, sleeping. I'm getting my treats.
Dude, dog with that.
Oh my God.
Bro, this guy is tall, dude. This dog is
Oh my God.
Hey, can you put up that picture of him again? Hugging the girl?
Hey, can you play the part where he's kissing her and then he hugs her in a good small box in the corner with no sound? Look at that cute, don't make this up. Oh, look at that. Oh, kidding me. So what's the story there? Are you actually just shy and you don't want to kiss her, or? That's a good answer. Again, you are a surgeon at changing the subject. Off of this meeting. They call that an error. He is. So let's go back to a love at first kiss or whatever. So when you said that, can I kiss you? Were you just nervous, or like, did you really like her?
No, I didn't even know her. I mean, they told me, go hug a bitch, and I did even worse.
Dude, that during your shots, don't go hug that bitch, dude.
Actually, she's here right now, dude. Come on
I
out.
said, go hug her, and I said, whatever, let me kiss her ear. I wanted to make it the most awkward thing possible, like ever.
No, you did it. It's like backtrack. You what you did. That's your love life. I wanted to be a man.
Dude, you grew up here just to do the witness and provocation program, bro. I know exactly what you did. I know exactly what you did. You never been there. I know exactly what you did. You brought us stuff out so you would get freaking big and you
Are the 6 characters behind you who you practice on kissing with now?
Just my teddy bear, bro.
What's your love life actually like in real life? You get a lot of girls?
It's hard, man. Like I said, I think I'm autistic, but I just haven't been like close to real. Like I never went to get diagnosed. I'm kind of like I don't know. I stutter a lot. I'm not good at public. That's why like social gatherings. I don't like. I have major social anxiety.
Wow. The quarantine basically was built for you.
Dude, that's why I have been preparing for quarantine since I was a child. Every day.
If you were going to commit a major crime, what would that crime be?
That's a good question. Johnson Water. Then you get really rich and you off like Sweden or whatever. Off the offshore banks. Bro, these billionaires, these satanic billionaires like, Rothschilds or whatever, they got it down, bro. They got it
You
down.
talk a lot about Satanism and things like that. What's something that you believe in? What's like the darkest thing that you believe in?
Well, I don't think that Satan is real. Like, I believe in Jesus as my Lord and Savior, but I believe Satan is there to kill us, destroy us, So I believe my cousins are satanic pedophiles, and they try to destroy my life from day one,
I understand the satanic part of your relatives, but what makes you think they're pedophiles?
Oh, they are. The Freemasons, and then literally dad, he touched the boys, both of his sons, since they were born. So it's I have witnesses, I have facts, I have it all. They want to go to court with me like ready to. They tried to sue my ex-cousin is a fucking idiot. He tried to sue
you an ex-cousin.
He's a gay stealer? Hold on a second. Hold on. So let's go to this ex-cousin, the gay stealer. Explain that a little bit better. I didn't get to hear anything. Go ahead.
Okay, so this ex-cousin Saul, as I call him, it's like his little nickname, because I don't want to say his real name.
Good.
I don't keep going.
Okay. No, don't say his name. Go ahead.
The whole point of this cousin Saul, I let him move into my apartment here in LA, my studio, right? It's a very small apartment, only me and my dog Georgie now. So before I let him move in, he was living on an air mattress, right? He wasn't even paying me our plus got prostate cancer. Saying, yeah,
It sounds like he is.
All right. Don't interrupt. Keep going. Keep going.
They tried to take me to court for he wiretap, legally wiretap my phone. You can't record someone's conversation. He started with me getting wiretap my phone,
Yeah.
and then we went to court. And then he tried to sue me in court and he threatened to kill him, dude. I just threatened to kill him. I said, I'll beat your ass. Come over here, dude. I'll beat your fucking ass, bitch.
I think you did because they're very convincing. You seem like you could really flip on a fucking second's notice.
So I'm like some guy, but that's like my
I like your style, dude. I like you.
that's why I did.
That's right. So he took you to court. Why do I get the feeling that you were your own attorney when you went to that courthouse?
Crazy. If I let my parents got sued, the Astros match you, could get ground chameleon for millions, and they would be in the business. Get on with that.
Have you told Safe Church this yet?
I've been listening to the Tim Boyle act every day, and yes,
Every day. What's in the week? Man, I love you. Josh Vasili, everybody. There you go. Here it is. Happy 420, Josh. We'll see you soon, pal. Throw back that cookie. There goes Josh Vasili, everyone. Someday you'll see Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, one of the major series regulars in the history of the show. He's a big deal, very controversial character. We've had a lot of wild weeks with this guy. Here he is, William Montgomery. Hi, William.
Hey, how's it going? First of all, I'm going to give it up for my cousin. He's a guest. So I was extremely disappointed with the ABC family edit of Eyes Wide Shut. I was almost on an episode of Restream makeover. I came to my front door. I set fire to a portion of my house. Kids died. My gold minute. That's all I remember about my time in Vegas. It's weird how nobody's questioned Batman. I know this whole coronavirus thing. The monster in my closet is so dumb. I think I can hear him dragging off sleeping in a cheerleader's outfit. Seriously, although this college is going through a tunnel right now, it's on the area.
That's good. Are you holding your phone on your thigh?
Yes,
Were you holding your phone on your thigh?
it was on my thigh. A lot of
Yeah, you sound better now. You had the microphone covered up during that last chip.
I have that problem all the time. A lot of people forget that I was a news anchor for News Channel 3 in Memphis. And after each one of my
You're also a boat anchor. A lot of people don't know that. You can keep the boats where they were by dipping down into deep water. You're so heavy.
waters, I've gone in for a great treat right now. I play a song after each one of my news stories. I like to play the song.
Are you gonna sing along? You have to sing something, make up words. Do something with it if you're just playing a song. Oh, you're actually playing that? Come on, show us, you bongo. Tell your fucking do-nothing girlfriend to be the camera person. Jesus Christ, William. That's great. Have her be the camera person. Have her film you. feeling great, dude. It's the best time of our fucking lives. What are you talking about? It's been 6 freaking.
Has it been 6 weeks now?
Yeah, something like that.
Dude, I've jerked off 7,000 times, dude.
So, is it true? Are you really getting married, or is that just another one of your classic jokes?
No, yeah, we're getting married.
You're flying to Tampa, Florida for it?
I'm really Florida. We're gonna get married. I'm really excited. I went going.
Where's the honeymoon gonna be?
Ponte Beach and Trace Days, dude. Did you give her a ring back, or did you give her a ring, or is her a what? Give her a ring, or did I give her a what?
That was right,
Man,
man.
I've really missed you all. This is hard for me out here.
Yeah, what's the hardest part?
Yeah, not completing 1,000-piece puzzles I bought 4 off of Amazon. I can't complete any of them.
How hard you got? Have you tried mixing the 4 puzzles together, perhaps using a piece from one of the other puzzles?
Yes, I have. Without any, and then when you ask Jeremy for help, he does 300 pieces.
Yeah.
You Jeremiah?
Yeah, Jeremiah's been struggling with puzzles lately.
Jeremiah, can you do on yourself there? I'm gonna do a virtual puzzle. You do? Can we do a virtual puzzle? Yeah, I'm gonna do a virtual puzzle. Yeah. I'd love to do a virtual puzzle. To do a Zoom call, do you? Yes, fine. The same puzzle, dude? Yes, yeah, same time, dude.
Wow.
Can we do a Zoom virtual puzzle together? I'll do a virtual puzzle, do you? You're going to hear about it. You'll drink milk. Do we drink milk? Yeah, I do. Whole milk every day, man.
Yeah, what's your
Who
favorite?
need you? Whole milk, 550 every single time.
How about that? How about you, Ice? Everybody's favorite pussy milk. Everyone, how about you, Connor?
Milk.
Hey, look at that. Dude,
Milk without the K and the F. Milk, sick guy.
really?
So, yeah, I'm right there.
Come on. Put money in milk.
I watched that the other night. It's a really good one. It's about a scene.
I love your acting. I saw you in House. Have you seen the Lighthouse?
I love the light. You just don't know the light.
Yeah, White House. There you go. Oh, Willie. You're out of control. All right, William, we love you. Thanks for performing. We love you so much. Another great. I think this is one of the great performances of your entire career on the show.
This is probably what it is. I agree with you. You're sweet to say that. I clearly appreciate it.
There he is.
Makeup on right now? Hey, shut up. I made fucking the scene.
Wow, there it is. William Montgomery. No point waiting. Let's see another set from another complete stranger from somewhere around the world. This we're all watching together for the first time is the comedy stylings of West Wind. Here we go, West Wind. Music first. West Wind.
First of all, no, it's not. I'll tell you why. No, it's not. There was one time. Some kind of already it's not. There's not. I can't find you. It's really great, sir. I can't find one of those. I was told the first time that you took me inside my mom. I was trying to cheer me up after a doctor that I got to be 11 years old with stroke Now, she was trying to tell me how beautiful I am on the inside. Just tell me when you could die the most on the inside medical condition a human being can have. And I pointed that out to my mom. She's like, oh, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I was like, yes, mom, people can behold what's going on. It's very pronounced. It's clear. I have no idea what I am on the outside. On the inside, I'm a 5 out of 10, and my spine is shaped like a 5. I can't
There you go. Good end of that one. Here's Wes Corwin, everyone. Hi, Wes. How are you? Great. Where are you? I'm in Stillwater. Oh, how far are you from the good old G's and the Joe Exotic?
Any relation to Jeff Carlin? No. Would be a money. That'd be great.
You're related to anybody noteworthy of any kind?
That is actually something I do comedy. I performed comedy with the guy that was on the episode that tried to get in a fight with Jeremiah in Austin. That's the famous promotion.
Wow, yeah, we know that guy, Texas. You performed with him?
I mean, we didn't like that guy was
How long have you been doing stand-up?
about 8 years since 2011.
Wow, what keeps you out there?
Usually in Dallas, based in Dallas, Texas. My wife goes to school here. She is pursuing her doctorate at Oklahoma State University. So I'm waiting out Corona with her.
8 years and you have one fan right behind you doing sick.
This is really, I've never had this sort of out-of-body experience where I get to watch myself mom, so this was really, I'm really glad this is good.
How much longer does your wife have of school?
2 years.
You're almost there. What do you do for work?
I do software development.
Oh, okay. Is that a big business in Stillwater, Oklahoma?
Yeah, the girls I date at hardware development. That was great. You should stick to it. I'm usually in Dallas, so there's big business out there. I've been trying to look at work in Oklahoma to be closer to her, and there's really nothing. There's a reason the city is named after water. There's just not right. Not a lot to do.
Right. So how's the quarantine been treating you guys? What have you been up to?
She has been going to school here. We've been a commuter, may have been 4 hours apart, and it turns out that's the best way for us to be. Just a lot.
What guys are you about?
Usually what we watch, the streaming service, we get Disney Plus, and I have not gotten issues of it since I think
Wait, which Cliffhanger? The one with Pierce Brosnan?
No, with
You talking about Goldfinger? Hey, baby. With Sean Connery? Wow. What type of stuff has she put on?
she's a big fan of Harry. She didn't like the part in the judo fight, and they just want to throw the forces of self-honor and saves the world by non-consent, and she couldn't get past that part. Her name's Pussy.
You guys are douchebags.
It sounds like you're watching a doctor, bad.
Yeah. Instead of pussy or pussy no more. So, else? What do you miss during this quarantine? What did you used to do for fun?
I mean, a while back, a couple years ago, I was the cast director for a people troop. That was pretty fun. That was good. I hadn't done that. I thought about that. I would love to go back and just check out the show. They're currently not doing anything for obvious reasons. You can't walk around in your underwear and all lose a virus. That sucks.
Right. How's your sex life? You guys having makeup sex after these arguments, or
You squeeze them in between. There's not makeup sex. Kids are angry and then have sex and then work out and stuff.
I like that. What do you guys think about this douchebag?
I like what he said, squeeze it in between. Yeah, that's how you have sex, squeeze it in between. Nothing on your walls at all. Like, there's just a lot of, I don't know exactly what you can kill one. I got a lamp.
Are those real bananas or are those fake bananas?
No, those are raw bananas. I bought them for this interview. You know what I said. This isn't rough. Yeah. No, I got a sound stage for this. It's pretty good.
Immediately on it. Like, that is one of the tiniest little, most adorable apartments I've ever seen in my entire life. I wasn't expecting to see the whole thing when you push your phone around like that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, yeah.
Give me a little tour.
What is in Stillwater, Oklahoma? I gotta ask. Like, what's monthly rent at a place like that?
It's a coordinated like.
Can you tell us in McDoubles how many McDoubles you have?
I think there was 197 McDoubles. We pay rent McDoubles. We do a lot of
So what is that? Like $500 a month?
more like 550, 560.
Wow.
Stillwater, we can get you record the show. It'll be fun.
I love that. Live from Stillwater, the quarantine, worse than quarantine. If you love the quarantine episode, you will love Live from Stillwater.
Oh, yeah, what's people that you do right now?
There's a lot of racists there in Stillwater.
It's weird. There's like the drive around in cars, and you can look this up on the Google. They've got the little bumper stickers that have like 3 Roman numerals and then a percent. And so there are a lot of like those what's it, stubborn citizens, the people who don't believe in government building, gypsies. Yeah. No, we're not trying. We're trying to.
You never participated in any of that, huh?
No, I believe. Yeah, I think we're welcome with them. I think with a fine job, they don't look at my.
Some people in the South have, everybody gets hat hair sometimes. You have what I call clanhood hair.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's fun, man. Well, thanks for coming on the show. And next time, in fact, it's going to be announced probably next week, but I believe that we are renegotiating new Dallas coming up before the end of the year. Supposedly, if shows can happen. So go on down and sign up for the Dallas show. Come say hi to us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
There he is, a great West Norwood. Here you go, the full song for you there.
I was looking out for you on your neck, so I was like, okay, he wants us to keep playing it.
No, you can always go shorter no matter what. Shorter is always better.
You got it, dude.
You like going more. We actually know your next comedian. This guy's a buddy of mine from the East Coast. Let's just jump right into it. Let's get see a new minute of Joe Faria, everyone. Joe Faria. Here we go. Faria.
pounds a year in my living room. 30 pounds heavier than I was last month. Have you seen these people going out on the balcony every night, banging pots and pans, making all this noise to honor our healthcare workers? Yeah. See, I thought the Puerto Rican kid racing up and down my street every night on his dirt bike was just being a dickhead. My bad? So the government's asking all of us to help stop the spread of the virus. It's been a problem in Florida. But honestly, how the fuck do you expect Miami to help flatten the curve? Chicks fly there to get acid, please. You know? All the kids are homeschooled now. Yeah. Have you ever met someone who's homeschooled? See, how if a teacher gets caught fucking one of their students? We gotta blame. That's right. The parents.
Hey, Joe, Mario. Hell yeah, Joe. I love the stuff you do, like in between the jokes, like like your laugh and everything. You're a funny guy. Happy 420, my friend. You're out there in Swansea.
No, I'm in Fall River, Massachusetts. It's right next to me.
Wow. What was it?
Okay, you guys have Quibi?
Quibi?
Dude. Yeah, 10-minute documentary right now on Quibi. My mayor, he's like a fucking gangster and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no one has it yet.
Yeah, there's not enough tests to find out who has it. COVID-19. Get that. Tell me I gotta ask about the pool. That's fucking dope. Yeah.
Thank you, yeah.
Skiing, like your jet ski today?
Yeah, I was riding on a gay jet ski. I bet the jet ski that's shaped like a dude. You have to put your butthole over
The throttles or dildos, yeah.
my dildos, and I sit in a booty pump. No, sometimes I work on.
Hey, thanks for having that guitar song. Looks like you're really cool.
Yeah, I was looking at that. That's what that is, the bass guitar?
I don't know. It's bass guitars. How come everybody that's like you plays the bass? What is it? Definitely like everybody like stockier dudes. Like if Brian plays any instrument, it'd be the bass. You know, like
Brian's a tuba guy. Brian plays the bass drum, that two-sided one in the marching band that the fat guy always has to.
He's the little drumstick boy, dude.
Yeah.
Once they play with the drumsticks, not eating them.
With the French horn and the French toast, ladies and gentlemen. Plays the tuba and the tuba. Plays the trombone-less riff. Plays the trumpet and the crumpet. The sound is good. That's a work tonight. Like, I'm tired. Oh my god, what are you drinking there? Is that a moonshine glass?
It's a Buffalo Trace whiskey. I already had my weed. I got my weed at 420. So
Love that. Is that a picture of Donald Trump behind you?
no, it's John F. Kennedy.
Oh, okay. That's second best president.
You want to see my bust? JFK bust. Gary Slob before. It's called pre-Dallas JFK. Yeah.
We should have an after one right next to that. That'd be happy. Love it. So, how you been surviving this quarantine? You live by yourself?
Yeah. Just me and my dog. Yeah.
What kind of dog do you have?
A black lab.
Yeah, what's his name?
Miles.
Miles. There's a lot of these black. A lot of great black labs named Miles. Absolutely.
Black labs matter, dude.
Me
the two, but I'm not that fat, you know.
Guitar, the piano, and the chair.
Can you play us something on the keyboard real quick? Can you play us a little diddly? We got serenaded by William a little bit ago, but
I don't have it plugged in, so I don't have the time.
all right. There's two things you always want to have plugged in: your keyboard and your Restream. What else is shaking? Any other highlights or lowlights during this quarantine? I feel like Tiger King sort of ruined it. That happened that first week. Nothing. Yeah, you get mad. It's also because it's like Netflix, like that. Yeah, that dog shit. Yeah, I had to pull back on that one. I wanted to I'm like, wait, you can't make me on the public place. Can't do that. But
just with whiskey ginger and stuff. So
I love that absolutely. You are the graphic designer over there at Whiskey Ginger and a producer.
And Covert Sick.
Right? Yes, absolutely. You and the great Jenna Sunday up in Vancouver.
Joel, of course. I'm gonna be this week's our guest is Tim Dillon. So
can't beat him. Join him. Is the guest everybody wants right now. It's crazy what being funny can do in the comedy business. It's quite incredible. Hell yeah.
So just keep it busy. I mean, I have a side hustle. You want to hear about my side hustle?
Yeah, of course I do.
So I've been going on mybookie.ag. I've been using the promo code Kill Tony.
Yeah.
I think that the liquor in New England is going to suck balls, and I've just been cashing it. So it's really worked out.
I do the same thing. A lot of people wonder, Tony, how did you make so much money? And that's what I tell them. I got it from my bookie AG betting on shitty weather. In New England, you can bet on it.
It's a whole lot in New England.
Yeah. What are you doing? It's the website again? What is it? I want to get it up. Mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag. I might try that. Go tell Tony you spin you when you get paid. Hey, those three things. It is true, though. See, like, you were totally set up until that very last word. And for some reason, you made it. Oh, it's real. This deal is for real? Joseph, what kind of whiskey were you drinking, man?
Buffalo Trace.
Bison Trace.
Oh, it's just...
Anyway, I guess it is sort of a cute little bachelor pad. Yeah, there's one chair in this room. Is this the living room?
No, it's my dad. My stuff.
When you don't live in LA, you can have all these extra rooms. So this is my dad, my theater, and this is my Brian Hybrid. Right as one dead.
It's called a den. That's called den. He's not dead.
Unbelievable. Those late night videos that come out of there scare the hell out of me. They just view and cheese whiz always. Whatever goes on there. Some sad dog starving in a pile of laundry. That's it, look good. Alright, what's the, before I let you go, you said that you gained 30 pounds. We're talking about food here. What's like the guiltiest food thing that you've done this entire time? I ate spaghetti 4 big meals in a row. Here's my confession. Your turn. What's your version of that?
It's the pasta, man. The pasta. Boil it. It takes 3 minutes.
Yeah, what do you put on it? Raw meat or sausage? What do you do? What do you do for your sauce?
Just get a 4-cheese sauce, pour it on top, fucking game on.
Here's your great one is mixed with mac and cheese. It's the greatest. It doubles the mac and cheese.
It's all fat.
Right? I teach you how to gain 30 pounds in a week if you're interested. It's like the opposite of those weight loss commercials. Do you want to gain weight?
Hashtag cheese was for you.
Assisted suicide illegal in your state? Well, they I need a wall, but she was down. I'm going to cut myself up, and Janice is going to live inside of me for like 2 weeks. Like that Star Wars. Yeah. That's way worse than Amanda Waller. The greatest part of the Star Wars franchise. Without Mandalorian, none of this other stuff would exist. Have you seen The Mandalorian? Yeah, of course. I'm sorry. It's with you. You're literally everything. Brian's Star Wars name is Skywalker. Oh my God. Princess Leia with the helicopter. Slob on the butt. Chewy boss food. So how much more, how much did you like Mandalorian better than Star Wars? It's a lot more of it. It's not acceptable. You have to be very careful here. You're treating on. I won't talk to you again if you're straight.
It's like a spaghetti western meets Star Wars. Bullshit.
Oh, you guys stop it. That Star Wars joke is hilarious. Oh my God. Lifesavers. Four bags. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you from Fatuity? Oh boy. So he did like Mandalorian better. No, you can't say the man. You can't say better than any of the original 3 Star Wars.
But Tony's never seen Mandalorian, so it's better than Return of the Jedi.
But it's better than all the original Star Wars movies is the question I'm asking.
It's better than number 3. The third one.
I can't believe you said number 3 is my favorite, by the way. I'll take it. Number 3, I'll take 2. Actually, I like number 2. You'll take a number 2, number 3. Dude, Joe, I love it. This was so much fun.
Was I funny?
Yeah, the first thing I said was I love this stuff. Jokes are jokes. Jokes will always be jokes.
You're the funniest producer we've had on this show, dude.
The funniest producer we got on today, that's for sure. But no, it was great. That's the most important part is, writing's also important. You were good at that, but, actually, genuinely, having funny transitions and segues. You know how to gleek, right? You know how to gleek? Something disgusting.
Hey, do you guys know what an Alabama hotpocket is? So, Andrew Santino gave me a list of all the words we can't use on YouTube. That name you just wrote in, demonetized. And one of the words, Alabama Hot Pocket.
Are you seeing it on our YouTube?
That's not written down.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
An Alabama Hot Pocket, you have the game in China, and then you do Hot Pocket, and then the video being demonetized.
Wow. That's Alright, Joe, fun times. There he is, Joe Faria, everybody. He's on Instagram at Joseph_Faria, F-A-R-I-A. We love you, Joe. We love you, buddy. Alright. We're having a good time. It is come to that time of the evening where we go to another one of our regulars, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, the great David Lucas. Everyone, hi David. Are you listening to music while paying attention to the show?
I'm listening to y'all, man.
Okay. What's been happening is did you just ask me if I had to do 420 duty hops today? David, everyone knows. Look at this question. Absolutely, I do. I do that every day. I start my day with booty hops over little booty holes that I dig in the backyard. And I get point. I keep a piece of dildo-shaped chalk that I write on a chalkboard, and then I shove it up my mouth a bunch of times. I give myself the Alabama pocket. That's true because there's so much mayonnaise. When there's not any mayonnaise in my booty, I'm always like, hell, man, give me some more. Give me some more of that sweet, sweet mayo. Because my booty hole is gay. There's also lettuce and a tomato in there. Go ahead. Just in case I need to make a BLT on the fly. Once you party, then you can party.
BLT, LGBT, that's right. I found out how to do university.
You put in the groceries. How do you do it?
So we go to the free throw and get you like the words of pizza and put it in the part to start.
Everything's free. You just steal it. Just free chicken. Just get it in between your eyes while bad jokes, guys. You can't do it. You know what I'm doing? No more. We can go all day. Of your ancestors with. Oh my god. Well, I don't even know what that joke was, but. Everything with an permanent slower than mayonnaise. Running as fast as you could. Go ahead, David. Did you say shampoo towels? So, something about Mary that's in your ear. You know, Brian said something horrible when he takes a huge sip. Yes, I get it. He takes a huge sip. He's saying that his ear goes just come out of his ear. Oh. Well, the douchebag translators. You're translating. Well, have you told your parents? David, what else is going on there? What's going on? And you don't believe in any conspiracy theories or anything like that? Can I be artwork that's behind you? What's the artwork there? Is that like some
Two elephants on the road, dude. It's all been like, it's motivation working out. Let's go away, man. That's a mirror, dude.
I know. You could probably,
You know, I wish I could. That's probably a good paycheck there. I just what? You know, they give me acid reflux. I always put them in my pockets.
Acid reflux. Hey, that's true. You know what? I'm gonna spread my cheeks.
Do you really look for it? Do you wish you could wear pants that give you like in half pockets?
I get feeling I did this never mind after he does it.
It went over something.
David, what else have you been doing what else have you been doing to pass the time over there? Anything else we should know about? Any good advice?
Hey, that doesn't count.
When man says that you count your boxing, you watch that exercise.
I mean, same thing as you might be getting off my mustache, getting into my test.
Before we let him go, what do the douchebags think about David Lucas' performance here today? The input from the douchebags?
Oh, this guy did.
Wait, just David, we love you. We're gonna keep this fun train moving along. We love you, pal. There he is, the great David Lucas, everyone. David Lucas, funny on social media. All right, here we go. Look at this. It's your next comedian, and I believe she goes by the name of Alicia Loban. Here you go. Here's Alicia.
So, dating in your 20s is it's a little weird. They say that it's because your frontal lobe isn't fully developed, and I 100% believe that. And I know that my frontal lobe is fully developed because if someone offered to take me to a Chuck E. Cheese, I would still go, and I would not hesitate, and I would go into the pulpit, and I might put them all in my mouth. So I know I'm underdeveloped. But dating nowadays is even harder in your 20s because you got this hormone reaction. So I got myself in the clinic I'll just check for bugs or whatever it could be, and I've been there and had one of the darkest thoughts of my life. And while I was sitting in a tiny little doctor's office chair, I thought to myself, God, I really hope that it's just chlamydia. And I thought, do you know that pandemic has got to be to bring to your Lord and Savior that all you have is a venereal disease? It's getting out of control.
Heck yeah. Alicia. Hi, Alicia. Hi. Am I saying your name correctly? What is it? Alicia.
It's a mouthful, but like, you know.
So where are you at, Alicia?
I'm in Clarksville, Tennessee.
Clarksville. Where's that at? How far is that from Nashville or Memphis?
It's about 30 minutes away, so we have the opportunity to go in and all those bridal parties, but distance from there. So it's like
Nashville or Memphis?
It's close to Nashville. It's 30 minutes outside.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
You look like you live in Nashville.
Yeah, there's some lashes.
It's funny about those lashes out after David Lucas left the podcast. Does your eyebrows have hats on?
They do. Well, they have hot red from.
Why would our heroes have had some? What do you keep saying? Why do you keep saying things and then hiding on the podcast with my people? Alright. Anyway, Alicia, what do you do for work?
And again, it's at the show.
Alicia.
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm looking for right now. I'm in school to be an actress.
Studying there in Clarksville.
Yeah, studying here in Clarksville.
I love it. What do you plan to do? You're gonna move at some point? You're staying there? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Awesome. Wow. Look at you, Schmidt. Everybody looks 21. You can't be 21. Heck yeah.
It's like 21. It's like that much.
Hell yeah. And where are you going to? Where are you gonna go? Are you gonna stay there? Or are you planning on moving where?
No, I'm gonna LA eventually. Sometime in my life, maybe New York.
Right. Heck yeah. Can't blame you for that. And wait, like, what does your family do? You come from like a family of farmers or something like that?
No, it's even better than that. It's definitely Jehovah's Witnesses.
And you're not into that?
Yeah. Well, I'm not very like talking to people at their doorstep.
You don't have to be. If you were the Jehovah's Witness and shipping up to people's doorsteps, they would just skyrocket and turn into Scientology. People would just start signing over checks to you. You could be the best Jehovah's Witness ever. Right?
I think
My goodness. So is this, let's talk about your set for a second here. That was fun. Have you ever done comedy before?
no, well, I did I had like a little comedy show at my college that I performed in, but no, nothing else besides that.
So is it true? Is the Cougar Clinic, what is that? Like the kind of
Cougar Clinic? No. It's the Cougar Clinic, and it definitely is. Have you ever heard of a vagina being referred to as a cooter?
Yeah, I just misheard you. I heard Cougar. I wasn't able
Well, that would be more exciting.
I guess so. That's what I was going to ask, was why it was Cougar Clinic, but now it all makes sense. So what did you end up with? What was the diagnosis in the end?
I'm good. I need to have a coronavirus line.
They check your vagina for coronavirus. Hey, is that baby in the background?
It's in the nose.
Is that baby in the background saying that babies made pyramids?
Oh, yeah, it is. This is like a lip shape. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, damn.
You live to yourself?
Well, I do. My girlfriend just left me.
That's right. Oh, you mean you're a 21-year-old?
I'm just going through a time, you know. It just depends. Whatever is different, I'm pretty sure I can figure it out.
Oh, nice. I get policing of snowboarders off.
Like if you could choose one finger of your girlfriend's hand, which one would you like? Thumb girl? Yeah, like scat or like a pointer finger girl? So baby finger girl? Right? So you
Probably won't be a baby finger girl, but I'm just strapped. Like, we pull out straps.
So you pull out guns on each other's crazy damn.
how long have you two been together?
Sometimes it was consent. Sometimes it was consent.
How long have you two lived together?
Well, we lived together for 2 years.
Wow.
It was a lot. I wasn't ready for a relationship that serious.
But now you are?
Even made worse now.
Oh, so she doesn't live with you, or she does live with you?
She left me. She already told me.
Gotcha. Wow. How recent was that?
Maybe 2 months ago.
Wow. Look at that.
The growth is taken at the time.
Well, it's probably better than it happened before the quarantine. So now you're all by yourself.
Yeah, I'm all by myself all the time.
Clarksville, Tennessee.
It's absolutely been going crazy.
Yeah. What have you been doing to try to stay sane? What keeps you busy and entertained?
I'm tried writing My Chemical Romance musical. The more I'm in the quarantine, the more scene I'm getting, like progressively. So like I didn't have this beanie on until yesterday. Now I can't take it off. It's just like the more I'm staying in, like the more I'm progressing to like a 13-year-old type of mind state.
Right.
My Chemical Romance is everything to me right now.
Right. How long ago did this My Chemical Romance thing start? This is one of the first symptoms of coronavirus, by the way.
I know it is. It probably started in
Just because
it started
what I fart again.
You farted, dude.
Fart again.
No, it's sorry farting.
Greg, it smells good up in this bitch, dude.
Oh my God.
Hi, man.
We're out of control, guys. So,
25 characters in there.
we need the 21-year-old bisexuals are always doing a very interesting creature. When's the last time you were with a man?
Oh my God. 5 minutes ago?
Get back there.
There's a fellow douche in this place.
It's like government douche.
I want to talk to that guy.
No, he is.
What do you guys finish your sentence?
Oh, we keep it embarrassed. People don't know I know.
Oh. Heck yeah. How'd you meet him?
I know.
Is it Waldo? How did you find him in the
We
ticket?
were mutual friends. Party at like a game party. So even though like I'm really young, since I'm white, like we still have game nights, even though we're like young teenagers. Like, does that make sense? You guys have game night? You know, like make little sacred little
Sit around.
Is something 65.
Game night, right? Is when you eat game that is content.
Literally the last one of the 6 months. 5 years you know,
Alright, there goes Red Man to refill his cup of gravy. Well, Alicia, did you have fun here today? I love it. We do shows all the time in Nashville. Next time we're there, you gotta sign up and come hang out. Absolutely. There she goes. Everybody know Alicia Lowen. Alright, let's keep flying through it. Here we go. Here's another one. The comedy stylings of Andres Mayan. Andres Mayan for some music. Here's Andres. tostada, like one of those like Taco Bell tostadas. They show you how to do it homemade. Like one of those like nasty double decker. I didn't do it, but I learned how to refried beans. Shredded beans. No refried beans. This one you had that in yours. No, there wasn't none in it. Just straight up meat. Well, the way it's going to be like you said. Yeah, it's different. But based on, loosely based on, it's like a true story, loosely based on. So, how's it going out there? Do you ever do stand-up in Mexico City? You never stand with So, how's Mexico City right now? Are you guys quarantined?
Essentially, it's considered as
You live by yourself or with your whole family? Just like Joel, Mexico. Parents. Why ever grow up when you can just live with your parents forever? How old are you? I'm asking 33. How old are you, Andres? 8 years younger than Joel. Yeah, dude, they're still home, dude. You're the more small, so it needs to do guitar. Play any musical instrument? You do? Can you play a little song for us? A little guitar. Do I?
If you commit to do something and you want to do it,
You wrote a song? Yeah, let's do it. Come on, man. Heck yeah. Like they have a piece of Trump's wall behind you, too. It's true. Every day. Love it. All right, here he is with a little song for us. Here's Andreas. I love it, Andres Maya. Stopped at the exact moment that I spotted it a fruit fly open and cut your short. That was great. I stand the lyrics so much. Can you just say what you say?
next one. Love compliment for one of our shisha. So this lover gave a gift. This guy got shisha. Shisha is also again. No, it says you'll be done. You get it, he sent this to them on the go. I help him send it.
That's true. It's a beautiful song. Bravo. What kind of phone is that?
It's not a problem for me to want to give you gifts. So that's
with the Chinese chips in it that track you. So you're
That's right. It's a Chinese phone. It's in there. What does your mom do for work? Wow. Look at that.
you get Mexican people can't do that job.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
You were like, oh,
that's for sure.
what did you do? Have babies for a living or
No,
something?
do you think that's what Mexican women do? No, they have babies. They sell roses on the
like,
highway.
so, yes,
Tortillas.
this is what
What is that? They call Public Gold. That's it. That is it. That is all they do.
like,
Maybe Melrose is hot dog.
Gavna,
There you go. And it's under how babies grind. Brian still doesn't know how babies are made.
just says to run,
Well, anything else crazy we should know about you or your life, Andres? Any fun facts about you?
yes, yeah. I'll be up to his record rose pedals. All this physical pleasure, all the essence of things.
Wait, what? Say that again.
Yeah, anything like this is says to run, and believe me, got a different thing. Like I said, what we have.
I believe that was once a police sketch after a rape in Las Vegas.
Thing that I remember. So she's just like, I'm not doing it.
Oh, that's cool. I love that. That's the one where he asks for the money.
What pleasure capacity is this? I like it.
Looks like somebody.
As much as you're trying
Really see it. You son of a bitch. How dare you?
To stop the process from Taco Bell. Very small campuses.
Alright, Andres. Well, nice to meet you, man. Thanks for calling in all the way from Mexico City. Our favorites are the one from around the globe. If anybody's listening or watching this from around the world, we are highly interested in having you send in the set and talking with you about what it's like on your side of the planet. That's Tony14@gmail.com.
I want to see something from Japan.
I bet you do. There you go. Andres Ryan. And incidentally, Ryan, that time of the night for the King Slayer himself. And gentlemen, and chorus, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Blair. Here we go. Hi, Michael. It's my favorite part of the week is talking to you, so I'm excited about that.
Oh, me too. I wish. It's the 60th anniversary. We have a new coffee table. Now a lot of people know a second city. Whether in the 70s and CTV, or the Constitution in Chicago, the feast Sunday Night Live. On the road towards Chicago, some of the best sketches ever on Saturday Night Live originated on this freaking stage. Each will up there for a reason. Like that speak down by the river. And my bubbly curving toes on out to get fit. In honor of the 60th anniversary, it sits on for 10 years. I picture like I'm doing it.
Whoa! Wow! Look at that!
I'm gonna read you some of my poems.
Absolutely. Here we go. From the read of the 60th anniversary of Second City's book. Ladies and gentlemen, he's in it. Here's some of his quotes. Michael Blair.
This is from the tractor riding in front
about him. That's the kind of kid comes in. Almost like delivered a prophetic message. On the way, Nina provided the message that she said to them. She just said, the eye, which wants to see people, or you, afraid to write words, so the eye that wants to see people for and what happened? Paul cut me another. Anyway, about Shisha's eye, popped out there, you know, exploded, popped out. So what's that? What? Shisha for love that had a conversation. Because it's really right. So if you're right, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, well, what does that say about my life? Never because others is no responsibility so that he was behind. He looked disparaging me. Not even realize
I know I'm going to pick up a copy of that ASAP so that I can read all those myself. Yeah. Of course. I'm going to use the promo code Michael Lair, and if it doesn't give me a discount on the Second City website, I'm
Swami selling the original Kill Tony face drum set. Talk to you later, Michael. It was an old girl that you could model it for you. How much was she? That's where you got that painting. So it's up to 800 right now. Is the sale over? Is that as high as it's going to get, or is the auction still on? So how can people bid on it? I don't even know. I tell the listeners here, how can they bid on it? On Instagram. So you're the auctioneer. You might get the longest speaking auctioneer in auctioneer history. That's what that's now we know why the auction goes to me first. You should have a client now, though. You should be like, hey, if you give me this amount of money, the auction's off, you get it. Here's my bid. My guess is it's going to keep going up. Double. Yeah. Absolutely. She's here.
Yeah, I'm right here. Say it to my feet.
She thought that was from his second city, and he's a professional. I know. She said that she was here.
Wait, my name is Ice, and I would love to hear this apology.
Ice is actually friends with
So I talked to Jesse, and he texted me, he texted Jesse at like 8:36 a.m. and at 8:45. Like you.
I love it, Michael. Oh, I absolutely love you so much. Another fun week. Michael Lair at Michael Lair Comedy, MichaelLairComedy.com, and Steve69 on Twitter.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, dude. I love the website. It's incredible and hilarious, and I love everything that you do. And this was another amazing performance. Getting to hear some of your excerpts from the Second City 60th anniversary. Yeah, no, I know. He decided to make a paper airplane during the performance here. I was trying to get Jeremiah to just hit Tony. He was very scared. Yeah, so scared. Yeah, it's been disappointing. He is his biggest fear. I didn't think you could see it, so I was just trying to hit Jeremiah with a paper airplane to the camera right Oh, you can walk now? Oh, you walking around right now? I got excited. I'm like, this is incredible. On your face. All right, Michael, we love you so much. We'll see you next week. Michael Lair, everybody. There you go. We love you, Michael. Actually, even though I have nothing to do with the picking of who gets on and who doesn't, I do recognize this final comedian's name as someone who has been on the show before and who has also not been on the show many times but has been in attendance many times in the audience. He's a really nice guy. I don't quite remember. I do believe remember his comedy is free. So let's see this week. Here's a minute from Jake Russell Richards. Here we go. Here he is, Jake Russell Richards. Here we go.
I understand if I was if you were to tell me that's okay, I can hire you for $100 a day. Fine.
And I said out loud, why is mommy playing the guitar?
So now again the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking to leave, so now you
And I said, I want to play the guitar too.
I said, okay, it's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage and
But I'm 5 years old. It's preposterous. I don't know how to play the guitar.
from which makes it sound like even if you ask me to do this,
Can you teach me to play guitar?
but I'm still out to keep the message that.
If I learn to play guitar, can I live?
A sou faz a pobre e tu se ela vai para você chegar nesse local no local só no
Mommy, now I know my fingers are so sticky.
look at this price. It's an open irons and drinks. And after the work days over, so towards the work days over.
Yes, is going to be alright. Another performance from Jay Russell Richards. How are you, Jay Russell?
So in that sense, the wage is more.
Are you in front of a green screen? Actually, that's what it looks like. Hi, Jay Russell. How are you? Can you hear us, Jay Russell?
Now, the reason this was because
Where are you, Jay Russell?
Wage. It sounds like yes,
Oh, okay. Yeah, but there's a lot of race rallies there, right? Are you seeing TV as well?
The Michigan's case ultimately
Jay, can you hear me? Is our connection not that good? Yeah, we can hear you and we can see you. Everything's running good on our we're all caught up here. You look fantastic. Now, tell the people, tell the listeners here, how many different kill Tonys have you been to in person? Because I've seen you around quite a bit. Yeah, probably was. That was the end of January, right? Yes, it was. It was the end of January. You can't kill what's already dead. It was the end of January, yeah, I still hear you. Looking for coming in and out. Don't confuse.
One case is very costly. $100 for a dose, and one is very costly. You need each power for a so there again,
I love that. Absolutely. We will definitely make an announcement. Hopefully it's this year, sometime soon. Who knows? I'll take anything. Yeah, we may most likely be on the road. That's probably my guess. If we do it, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll be strategic. Wow, that is incredible. What do you care? What is that? That's a Cirrus 152. He's like, we're gonna try. Where is he? The YouTube clip. You need to stop. Oh, stop the YouTube clip. Stop the YouTube clip. We're playing behind you. We can hear us. It looks beautiful, but the sound is a little bit rough, but it's all good. What kind of plane is that? They give a B-52 bomber. Wow. What did you just say? Yeah, that's a 737 MAX. Discontinued. That's what I meant. Yeah, only someone older than me can do your own fucking nerves. I love it, man. I love that. So what do you call this room in your place? Is it? I love it. How many rooms does your place have? What do you have in there? How many people are in your basement? I love it. What other hobbies do you have? It looks like the Wi-Fi should be incredible. anybody that has been on the show yet. It's a little bit choppy. Also, we've been DJ. He's using one of the cockpit radios from one of his Mohammedan planes. I love it, absolutely. Let me ask you this, because you obviously model airplanes are known for getting all the pussy. So I gotta ask you, what's your love life been like lately? Hold on. Just relax. We'll get to the map here in a second. This guy goes from 0 to fucking lifts off real quick. So nothing sex life, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere a threesome. How does this come together? I love it. Okay, let's talk a threesome. So, how does it start though? Where are you? Because you started right at the threesome. You go, I'm having this threesome. I need a little bit of build up here. I can't imagine how frightening that guy must have been jerking out to you. Your style, baby. I love your style. What? You were talking about the threesome. What's going on? Wait a second. What are you, the Democratic nominee for president of the United States? How did you just forget? You put the Biden. Joe Biden over here. All right.
More than that, they look super.
Wow. You made one his face in the ball that. That's how straight you are. Alright. Jay Russell, we love you. You just gave us a smooth landing on another episode of Kill Tony. There he is, Jay Russell Richards, everyone. There's your Myron.
Jay emailed through this whole entire episode, and I never got this one.
Right. You did it again.
Email.com. All these prints are on sale. He also said Kill Tony.
Right. We're watching Jay right now. Okay. I didn't know that this was yeah. Shocking.
Yes, sir.
Shocking. This is the drive for Ryan J.
I'm listening to it. On the radio? They take off today, I believe. Yep. You're good, my man. You're good. Thanks for giving me the heads up. I appreciate it. You're good, big man. No need to apologize. You're absolutely fine, big man. I've never been mad at you in my entire life. Don't you worry about it.
Let's see if the chef will be truck when he's going to get on the road. What's the case? The case is where I look on the right side. You're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a tier 5. It's 62. Follow, is now feeling the truck.
That I don't know.
That's part of his mission. I just go through the trouble to get getting renter, that's not the expectation. Renter is beginning. So the entire again, the driver himself is only committed to picking up the food that he was getting from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey. The father of Rabbi. Rachel, the son of Rabbi. Like the father of Rachel, the son of Rabbi. So he got on the base, published Shafir from the Lord of This is an interesting case. He was holding one from what is this? This Rashi 165. So ultimately, what he thought was a wise. He said, again, this was his one. So he's selling wine to that. Derek will not take Javier Shine, we bring down a Javier's locking. So not only again, we sleep wine, we also sell fires. Okay, I mean, not the ego will be the shot. Get more protocols, Nishtaket, Nishtaket, Bahan, Bad, Mashu, Nishtaket. Ego, have a shafet with you. Goofy, Shabbat, we are busy people. So, this is very interesting. When he got the rich parents, three people. So, what he would do is, he would go and take his money, part of his barrels, into the one skill. Okay. So we might have a shovel and come out of the Azama. After the rock, the Yoiv lake will say the so ultimately again. The one across the river, and ultimately again. Keep the best as part of the English. That was the important thing. Transported, like right? Transported, and he would get the awesome. So the king from the Valle got this practice. He cut out. Okay, what's the problem? The problem is, remember, one step. coin is poured into the wineskins, it becomes a large standing on Yang Nessa to be talking about this because isn't ultimately again because he wants to continue the existence ultimately again at the same message. Which was the restaurant. Which advice is not a problem because when he can deal with it ultimately again for what I was what's it humor? It needs to be ultimately again still even though he's the only one that's right. But then he has to transport the wine skins across the river. So ultimately he doesn't want the wine skins. Wine skins, right? And he's going to be in trouble. So he wants to continue the existence of the wine. The must be about that. He made a condition, right? So a condition ultimately again, the condition ultimately again was Shabbat breaks itself. He has no responsibility for it. The Maisu Bisaki or they brought back up in times of this again for some reason it was too broke, we have to back up. I'm a papa over. I think that's how it is. Transportation. I'm not really arrange transportation around for the actual launch. There's a rearranged transportation was done already beforehand. Therefore, he's not doing any. Yeah, that's the key to that kitchen. Telling you that fully again, look slow. That's the folks. You see these folks in the world. These guys, even like point of view, being arranged before transportation, or having worked out transportation after the one had been formed to one skills. Essentially, arranged by looking at a culture or by giving them it's not a good. Yes, maybe fair. Every year we're going to adjust with that. But we can do that. Good. All right. These one of the factions have also says in the show. Yeah, you are not right. You just watch the box, the Hamiltons, Jim Hamer calls, perhaps some of the right crevices assumes ultimately against not about that bit of the reality. So ultimately the INS felt things or things creation the most campus if the king uses the nature of things ultimately again is going to be us. Says the mindset of life is one type of life shading logos is being global. So actually the fact that logos are trifix. So what happened? ومش تعرف خبيث شيئا certo? Quando eu falo que o canal da minha, certo? É algo. Eu não falar também. And a court directors. Show it on the ask get you from centuries. Things are yeah, now this is real ocean of my loss and loss screening from the IS uses taste ultimately against the anything from the IS now uses taste ultimately again it'll be what's an example of something that falls on something doesn't use taste keep going hold it she's not following grabbing this ultimately again like you did bigger that falls onto split levels okay again that's I understand my sins that are really destroying like this and so see if I get right that region fell on to this one right and therefore again this is a increase it's also doesn't mean that's one then it says sorry about this person or here try fix okay practical things I'm just why you do that so it's my other it sounds a lot excuse me people like if it is if it's detrimental again it's not and then nice having the Bible space sorry Bible space شهادة برضه السيرة مش عارف فاضي الشمال رفع أو تغير الأمور بالنسبة لها Bible space was taking try to fix up barrel of guy and that's a rope on still taking things but God myself make up Public said that it's public said that it's so ultimately again what's the option there so might be a child that is taking case yeah he messed with the glorious is what we call most refuses tension and therefore what always is because we don't have a piece of shiny brother was like what's a kind and guy who messed up fell or right this brother what we the brother wanted to sell the wheat for lunch they can sell to a Jew which can sell to a lunch is so that about the body of the lover so now about the body where's the shiny I get shot for the light where's nothing but other but oh yes and I that's the hook to this if you have a let's say it's a minute lost track the other thing of friends so essentially having insurance so what's the one right the oil is your survey on the shines so what's the so that's the one I watch it like this right you don't really like this that says you're not allowed to sell that to a woman. You can't sell it to a woman. Now, why can't you sell it to a woman? Well, she says, question got to sell. What do you get? You're going to sell it to a woman. Sell it to a Jew. Not all of she's fed. He's getting you're reselling it. So that's like why I jumped ahead. Well, that's and like that's you can't use that as a saddle for sitting on versus being kind of very this. Let me ask I'm sorry. Also that we call these things. You can use it. You can use it for variation. That's for instance. Since the base of which is this also people government shouts or shadows. Most of the people are why can't you sell these funds whilst credit Dilma also is that Louise is what for free that need to sell to a Jew. How can I be possible? So Louise said, ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned with the same thing here is kind of the idea of something that's still how could we sell it to an object? Other show ultimately, again, after another attractive, and also about rubber attractive, and never said, find up the wheat, make it into bread, sell it to an apple, that because it's essentially, we sell to an apple. As long as you're in no issues, so others have been separate partial appreciates from a this is a so we can see the cells cell again, as long as there are no other issues. Listen, now why don't you to not be so? So remember, let's pass out. So remember again, reference this is home set up for what this is home set. Of course, it's not what we're doing today. Shmea everyone. Space of this is the real thing. All of you, Shmea, things like iron and coin. There are people a lot of Russell. In memory of our dear family friend, Staff Sergeant Hunter Unit, Gordon and Kodama, who fell in battle in Gaza on Arab County for 2023, and by Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bashmuel, Zofrini Shalamis Bashmuel, and my aunt Esther Batario, who were all mentioned very fitfully. That film is sponsored by Ayala Steinberg. The social continued help for Shalamis about Kusha and ultimately, of course, like. Okay, we'll get started with today's take test, and we'll start at the Mishnah. So, this is dealing with the questions of when you have materials, obviously a carbon that is someone's not gets a carbon, it automatically gets produced up. The manner in which the materials that are not made by animals have to actually become kaddish, and generally the manner in which it becomes kaddish is by being put in a shuttle, one of the things that were designed for use in the Beit HaMikdash. So the Mishnah says, play halach, the caption is halach. But if you have kalim that were designed for liquids, that's the mechanism which you would be mekadesh any liquid. We'll clarify this a little bit, but this will take it at face value in the Mishnah. Midas Yavesh.
Hi, Rabbi.
What's going on, big dog?
And when you have
You want to go? I know, it was fun.
Yes, sir.
Things that are dry.
Yep. My dad just got bigger. Bigger bam bun.
There you go.
If a liquid is perfectly dry, so then
I never thought that happened, though.
It's interesting.
That can't
I didn't know what was on to
Yes, sir.
It's just a lot of a katie that's designed
Yes, sir.
dry things and not
Yes,
something that is
I'm glad. I'm glad they made everything is safe. For they
Yes, sir.
Yep.
We'll see that there are with liquids there are some things that are used for measuring as well as for and in the case of dry things, Ross claims that there are really two midot. There's two things that are used for measuring dry. One is in the volume of the saron, which is all of the menachos that be in saron or degree, but it's basically in instruments of the saron. So that's a happy thing. But the fuse, so there was a neutral company thing with the Cohen government to bring every day. So the first half would be Masatif. Would have to be in the morning and have to be in the afternoon. And so there was measure that was that way. That we'll see that the reality is that once you use those dry measures, it would actually fit dry things into the wet case. Then we'll talk about it. So at its basic value, the Mishnah is just saying that liquids have to become through kalim that are designated for liquids and dry things that are designated for dry things. Continues the Mishnah, Klei HaKodesh, Shenikru, that if you have one of the Kleishares, something that's used in the Beis Hamikdash that gets a hole, so then it depends. In Ozen Bahan, Me'in Malachta Shadeh in Shleiman, that if you could do with them essentially what you were able to do when they were whole, then Mekachin. In Mekachin, they're not. So basically it's saying it depends. If you can still use the keli for, roughly speaking, its purpose, then that's okay, even though it has some kind of hole. But if not, no. Now, this is a few different ways. On its face, it seems to be that if it has like a small hole, so it's only a thin piece or maybe a crack, and it's not really affecting it. That's how some understand it. To understand that, for example, let's say you have a measure that's pouring you something. Or whatever the measure is, something, and it has a hole, say above the halfway mark. So if you could use it, if you could still use it for measuring a half measure, so that's okay because you don't take the hole. But if it would be lower, you couldn't use it at all. So, but not everyone agrees with that, so it's different explanations of what it means, but roughly speaking, a Kleisharis has to be able to function, and as long as it can roughly function, that's okay, but if it loses its function, then it would not even have any capacity to make something and the caption of the Kodesh. And all of these Kleisharis, if someone were to take one of the Kleisharis outside of the Beis Hamikdash, then you put something in it, then it would not get produced, even though it is in one of the Kleisharis. The Gemara, Amr Shmuel, Loshanu Elamidos. This that we said that a keli that's made from liquids cannot be having something that is dry. So we're going to clarify that. That's only the kalim made for measuring liquids, midos. But musicals, but the midos, for example, so kalim that are used for carrying or for performing things with wet, that would be mekadesh, something that's dry. And as I alluded to before, that's actually the reality. So if you, in the time when they would have the flour, they would have something yavesh, they would use the keli that was made for measuring yavesh, and that's how they would measure it. But then from there, they would pour it into the same kelim that they used to use for lach. So what's really clarifying is that when the Mishnah says that you can't use that liquid, keli used for liquids, Yabesh is talking about the measuring kalim that were used for lata, which Rashi points out that the Gemara elsewhere talks about that there were 7 of them, that those cannot be mekadosh someone that's dry. But the actual kalim that they use for liquids in the avodah, meaning not the measuring ones, those in fact could be mekadosh someone that's dry. And remember, how do we know this? Because the pasuk says Shneim Aleim Solas, so this is the pasuk by when the Nisim brought something that we read many times here to the Nisim, where Karbanon Ketzelas, those Sokim, so basically it says that you had a Mizrach and a Tara. The pasuk said of them were filled with the Mizrach, which is generally a liquid base for liquid, was filled with flour. So you see the idea, once you get past liquid measuring cups and you're talking liquid implements, those in fact could be mekadosh something that's dry. Amalei Rabbatim Yedifti the Ravino, so the Gemara says, well, wait a second, how can we learn from this pasuk by the Nisim that something that's dry it could become a kodesh through a keli that's designated for liquid? Because the kind of mincha that we're talking about by the Nisim itself was liquidy. Why? Because the pasuk says again, Shneim Shneim. So we're talking about flour that was mixed with oil. So once we're talking about flour that was mixed with oil, we're talking about something liquid. So therefore, what's your finish that a mizrach, which is made for you for this mizrach, because it's itself, was that the liquid you are dry. So we're asking, how is that aroused? Two answers. So what is it telling us? That it's only needed for taste that there is dry in that mincha. So what we're saying, Rashi explains, you can't mix a mincha perfectly. So what's going to happen is you mix the flour and the oil, and mostly become something liquidy, but there's going to be pockets of flour that didn't come into contact with oil, and that's going to be considered dry. And so therefore the pasuk is telling us that even though they're dry, in that mixture that was that the Nisim brought, that since it was dry within it, that we see that a mizrach, which is a liquid implement, is able to manufacture even the dry part that's within mincha. Second part, it is basically saying that as compared to real liquid like blood, is considered like something dry. And therefore we conclude it about dry. So basically what he's saying here is that it is true that flour mixed with oil has a liquidy element to it. You compare that to blood or the other things that you would normally put in a liquid implement, it's considered essentially dry. And therefore, the fact that it is a mixture of flour and oil doesn't make it liquid, and it's basically considered a dry thing. Therefore, it is a good proof because it's saying you could use this essentially dry thing, could screw a mizrach, which is again something that's generally used for liquid. Okay, Amr Shmuel continues the Gemara. So Sharetz in the caption that can only be Mekadosh, you can't be Mekadosh anything, Ela Shleimin, that if it's whole, the Rashi explains this is going back, like in the Mishnah, that the Keli can't have a whole. That disqualifies its capacity for performing its work. So basically, it has to be a whole until then. A Mekadosh Malay. They can only be Mekadosh something if it's within its full measure. So it's saying it doesn't mean that literally the measuring thing has to be filled to the brim. It just means that it has to be a full measure. Sure. So if what you're supposed to be measuring is a Isaron or a Happy Isaron or a Hin or a Shusha second, whatever it is, it has to be the full measure within it. It's an interesting thing. Wait, coming up. So there's the famous Pasha of the Beis Yosef, which talks about the fact that we celebrate Hanukkah with 8 candles because it burned for 8 days. But the famous question is, well, wait a second, one of those days was not a nace, because the first day you should expect it to burn the full night, and so really there should only be a nace of 7 days. This is a question that has hundreds of answers, maybe thousands of answers, but the Joseph himself gives an answer which he said that when they realized that they had only 1 day's worth of oil, and they knew it was going to take them 8 days to get fresh oil, so they divided it into 8. And essentially they only put 1/8 of the oil in every night of the 8 nights, and that the miracle was that it burned the entire night. So even from the very beginning, all 8 days were nice because 1/8 of the oil essentially sufficed. You cannot make a measure and you must have the oil with less than a full measure. So how could they have chosen to take 1/8 rather than a full measure? So maybe the answer is that we don't actually have a specific measure filled up the cup. But Rabbi Mizar says an interesting character, which tells me something interesting about the Menachah. When you have a mincha, the mincha is supposed to have, let's say, sorrow, and you have less than that, then you haven't made the mincha. So and that's what our Gemara is telling us, that it has to be mully, it has to be a full sear. However, the menorah says it's not like a mincha. It's not a carbon, but rather the point was that the mincha should have a menorah that's lit in it at all times. At night at least, so therefore, every moment that you're supposed to have something lit, then you're supposed to have something lit, and therefore even a teeny bit of oil is doing the mitzvah even know this. And the Menorah doesn't necessarily need energy filled with enough oil to go the whole night, but even a little bit is Mekayim in the mitzvah, and therefore that's what they were able to do in the times of Hanukkah. And Mekachin El Kosam. You can only be Mekadesh something that is inside it. So basically, what fits within the keli is what you're able to do in Mekadesh, but not something that's outside it. That's what we'll see in a second one. The Amri law, others actually a different version of the three, and Shleiman, that the kelim have to be full. They have to be a full measure, but this one, as opposed to the Tokan, says breathe up in, and it should be inside. So Rashi understands this. Rashi understands to mean that it has to be in the Beit HaMikdash, in the Amara, in the Beit HaMikdash. Tarsus has trouble with this because Tarsus asks, he says, wait a second, we just looked that in the Mishnah, and in the Mishnah, it said it has to be in the Kodesh. So why would it switch the language to Mibafnim? So Tarsus understands that it's coming to tell you something else, which is that if you were to find a recess in the keli that is not its regular recess, that doesn't work. So because the point is you were to hollow out the base of the cup and put something in there that would not be Mekadesh. So I would say that the Gemara's question then is my binari, what's the difference between them? It would seem to me that makes more sense according to the Tarsus. The Tarsus is saying, one is saying it has to be inside the cup, and the other is saying it has to be inside the main cavity, not inside some other. According to Rashi, they seem to be talking about two different things. One has to do with being inside, and one has to do what the cup contains. But in any event, so we're learning like Tarsus. What's the difference when you say it has to be inside the cup? So you're saying it can't be in the base or the bottom, or it can't be inside of the central cup. What's the difference between them? So the Gemara said it could be now you root semidos. The idea we encountered this many times. The idea that sometimes there are, for example, liquids that will go wine being a good example, that you could fill something with wine and you could keep filling it and it won't spill over. Others understand that. So enough stuff that spills over, but we'll understand that the traditional way, so the things that are come above the surface, and essentially what it's saying is according to the one that it says it has to be the proton, that it has to be right from within it, then this is above the surface, is not going to count. But when you take Mibafnim, that doesn't be contained within it, it just has to be from the inside, so that would be acceptable, and that's the difference between them. Masnisa kind of in the verse, and we learned that it had all four. In the Kachin, there was Shleiman, the Malayan, and the Kozon, and the Restream. That it had to be, it's not much a thing. The lessons, the Kaylee is complete, a measure is full, doesn't mean it's nil. In this case, it can be that it's easier to understand and it's interactive. Right? It's saying, talking about two different things. One is saying the inside the core cavity of the Kaylee, and that it has to be inside the umbrella of the amygdala. According to Tosis, why wouldn't you just say that it has to be fully within the outcome? And obviously, you've got full as well. So again, maybe easier to understand. One part is what you're asking, the other is Tosis, but that's not Tosis. Amr Bank of Yochanan. Well, Shadu Elohim. And Daita Lahoto. This that we said that it has to be a full measure. And before, for example, if you're measuring the sun or a hand, whatever, the full measure of that's only, and so therefore, if you put in less, but the Haley is not Makabish what you put in heaven. That's only, like the Gemara, or says the Rashi in the Yochanan, that's only if he doesn't plan to add more. But if, let's say, he's filling a hint measure, and he puts in a half a hint, but he puts, and come back shortly and add the other half, so then, I'll go back to the book. If he has in mind to add on, Rishon Kodesh. Then as it goes in, it becomes Kodesh. And even if he puts in a half a hint, that becomes Kodesh. And then when he later adds the second half hint, it gets as an entire hint measure, the entire thing is Kodesh. Tanganami Haki, we learned this off in a Brisa, and that it said that it has to be full. In Malayan, that was Shleiman. That when it says Malayan, that it means that it means that it is a full measure. Rav Yossi, and Rav Yossi says on the right side, when is that true? That it has to be a full measure. It's not going to be Makati something. If it's less than full measure, it's not changed like the Lahot. When he puts in a half measure, not planning to supplement to the second half, well, that's the Lahot. But if he puts in a half measure and he intends the other half, usually from Kodesh, then as he puts things in, it becomes okay. Continues to tomorrow. And clear off the Kadesh. So we say as follows, that's Merk Monet. Measuring implements, one of the 7 liquid measuring implements, and you cannot, and you put in something dry, that'd be Makadesh. Says, and others say it's a Rasi, ain't Makadesh of Kare, that we are, it's not Makadesh in the sense. So now it is eligible to be offered. So if you put flour into a liquid measuring implement, it cannot now be used for mincha of a mekachen mipato. But it does, in part, some kedusha on it to essentially to apostle that. So as Rashi points out, things like when you something, it assumes the capacity from Tama in certain respects. So it's not sure for Tuma, it's something that someone who, for example, that finished the day.
Emailed everyone, RyanGmail.com, for all those friends of every episode that's ever been done.
The next day.
There you go. So that supports the entire cast of Kiltony. A little fun fact is that if you buy something from Ryan J, it supports everybody on the show, unlike so many of the things that other people promote on this show. And that brings me to the leader tonight was Jeremiah Walker. How are you, pal?
With the green screen background on this whiteboard.
Very good, Jeremiah. We just checked in with Ryan. With you, Ryan, how pal?
Oh, just being
Oh, come on, Ryan. I'm sorry. Sometimes I forget to coordinate. We skipped a read today, but not this one. It looks beautiful. What do you think about tonight's episode?
It is becoming Kurdish in some fashion.
What's your favorite part? Telling you, it's unbelievable. This space guy. Unbelievable. He's the only guy I know with a disease that's supposed to kill him. Meanwhile, everyone else that wants to die, and he's the only one that's dying. It's incredible. He's great. Yeah, I mean, that's serious. You know, me, brutal honesty. That's serious. Think about perhaps Jesse Johnson dying at any given moment. No. You're right. What did you say? There you go. So Ryan Day, we love you. That's a beautiful print. There's me. We got everybody in there. Me and the Red Hats. David Lucas, breathing fire. Radio Tower. I love it. William Montgomery, Brothers in Cursive, Global Fire, Michael Harris sitting up front. I love it. Ryan J, we love you so much. RyanJemail.com. He has a new Kiltony shirts there as well. That's Ryan J, original artwork. Anything else we should know about Ryan J?
keep watching the show. I'll keep doing it.
That's right. We love you, RyanJemail.com. Here he is yet again. The band leader, Jeremiah Watkins.
It's Jeremiah-Watkins on Bring It Monday. And, just tune in on Instagram. We're actually going to take over my page on Wednesday. And I'm going to take over his page too. We're doing an Instagram live swap on Bring It Instagram. Just giving that box all his fun.
My goodness, you're going to be a douchebag on Wednesday as well.
Yeah, dude. And this week I have Pat Casey, Josh Miller, the writers of the Sonic movie with Doug Benson and Jeremiah Watkins.
Look, yeah, special 420-week episode right there for sure. How about the rest of the band? Let's check in with the great Joelberg. Joel Limited, most great social media. What else, Joel?
I love you guys. Stay safe.
Jesse Johnson.
I'm doing this like quarantine comedy online stand-up thing. I'll post it on my Instagram at Jesse Johnson if you guys want to watch it Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Follow Gage Tyree, all one word. Strange Taste _ Sure. Gage Tyree. Gage Tyree. Gage T. Irina. I mean, these pop out. I don't even know to send it in. They're not listening. That's why we should just let the people that listen to the show send it in and we can't put it together. Don't respond to anybody on a random thing. You shouldn't just let stream. Hey, I bring a lot of inventory out every day. You just put a lot in. Like Whitney, so if you guys like fat jokes, you're gonna love me and VR. Well, also making the fit. Who makes the fat jokes? Crimes and Cursive, by the way. Secret episode being released tomorrow, too. So do you have the same body in virtual reality? I have a sexy body that Whitney. Whoa. Whitney who? Thank you, Betterbox. Go buy a candle at damn good damngoodco.com and go to my bookie under the promo code KillTony and double your deposit. Thank you too. Oh my god, how could I forget the great Vito's Pizza? Oh yeah, he stuffed us up again. I had 3 fucking slices before the show and I am feeling it. Right now. I had mushrooms with artichoke on one pizza guy at all. Oh my god, the white pizza from Vito's Pizza. And I also had pepperoni with fucking fresh mozzarella. Yes. So I love you guys. We'll see you next week. Thank you. Good night.
But it's a big distinction that when you're a cabbage, if a person is cabbage something, that person has an element of it to do so. So therefore, if I'm the cabbage something, it has to be something that's relevant to me. So it's also done well, but I don't really have it, and I can't be the cabbage. But the kind of that goes on live is different.
It's Restream coming live from Betterbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony.
Here I am, right here. I'm sitting right next to you already. Great bright red band in the studio. Ryan J. Email, the artist, already starting his drawing of tonight's episode. We're going to stream into him later and see what he drew for tonight's amazing quarantine episode. As the last few men have killed Tony, we're all filled up on delicious Vito's Pizza. Thanks from Boy Charlie, who's also with us live. He delivers the pizza, he hangs out. He's right now considered the #1 Kill Tony fan in the world. In the studio, that's like, I don't know what that's exactly. But we're happy to have you. I have the white pizza. And the one that began with an F, what is that? Francis. Oh my god, I'm telling you guys. And first of all, they're open now, so if you're in the LA area, get Vito's Pizza, order from multiple locations. Unbelievable white pizza. Normally, I'm the kind of guy that likes everything. Geez, I'm right now. Amazing, right? Thumbs up, Andy says the best. But when things get up and running again and you come to the Comedy Store to see Kill Tony live, of course, make sure on your trip that you swing by Vito's for delicious pizza we sent you. Just so that they know. Get a candle. The power went out a couple weeks ago, like I said, and I had to light some candles. I had some damn good candle company candles, damngoodco.com, and get yourself a candle. Handmade. They smell amazing. And a lot of stuff's happening nowadays with this new quarantine. And I gotta tell you, and I'm serious, alright? ExpressVPN just changed my life. Okay? We all know how they protect your privacy and security online, but there's something you might not know. You can also use ExpressVPN to unlock movies and shows that are only available in other countries. Now that so many of us are stuck at home, it's a matter of time until you run stuff to watch on Netflix. So this whole week, I've been using ExpressVPN to binge The Last Dance, which is a special deal with ESPN, to where it's on Netflix globally, but not in America. It's an unbelievable docu-series. Makes you laugh, makes your eyes water, makes you giggle, laugh, cry, do all that stuff. And so with ExpressVPN, I just switch my location to another country, and it's that simple. It's easy, it's fast. ExpressVPN, you know all about this, right?
And actually, you said last week also, I have a thing going to with Expedia, so I'm learning out right now. It wasn't released in the United States was pushed back to December, but at least in Japan, they switched it using ExpressVPN to Japanese Amazon. And I bought it on Japan. Got sent to me. It took like 4 days. And it was surprising. It's great because the ExpressVPN hides your IP address and lets you control where you are located. So they thought I was in Japan. What I got is it's not just Netflix, it's just not Amazon. We're streaming providers like Hulu, TV, by Player, YouTube, you name it. There are hundreds of VPNs out there. The reason I use ExpressVPN is to watch shows. It's like it's super fast.
It's true, there's never any buffering or lag, and you can stream HD with no problem. It's also compatible with all your devices, phones, media kits, and more. So you can watch what you want on a personal device or the big screen where you are. If you visit our link right now at exp.com/GoTony, you can get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. Support the show. Watch yourself with ExpressVPN. And again, no better time than during quarantine to have something like this. You know, and you are absorbing all of this content. So go to expressvpn.com/GoTony now. Right. And another fun thing you can do is you can reset your ExpressVPN back to the United States of America. Then you can go to MyBookie. They keep you entertained, hooking you up with all your favorite games, blackjack, but more video poker slots, all while you're out scavenging. We're looking for quarantine and the excitement never stops with MyBookie. You got the edge, scratch it with MyBookie's live casino dealers online. That's right. They have real dealers at their tables live on the site 24/7. These guys definitely never mess around.
MyBookie can even bet on politics, and if you're really bored, you can bet on the weather. They offer something for everyone, and always when you win, you get paid quick. Put your skills to the test in their huge blackjack and slots tournaments with insane prize pools. In fact, if you're stuck at home right now, they've got this $10,000 blackjack tournament where you sink your teeth into. It's free to enter, and it pays cash if you win. It's free, and it pays you real cash. How crazy is that? You can trust the industry leaders at times like these. Reliable, upright, and best of all, they pay you fast when you win.
It's where I play, and where you should too. I got the hookup for you to do a smart thing. Go to mybookie.ag and they'll double your first deposit. Double. Use promo code KILLTONY to activate the offer. That's promo code KILLTONY. You spin, you win, you get paid.
In a dignified and proper way.
Hey, you're in it. A bunch of dates rescheduled for KILLTONY and for my stand-up comedy. Places like Miami, Austin, Sacramento, San Francisco, Bakersfield, Tacoma, Washington, D.C., Salt Lake City. A bunch of places. Some of them are stand-up, some of them are killing. Just ranging from September the end of July all the way through November. And yeah, theangela.com for tickets and stuff like that. So we'll be up soon if you're not up already at the city that I just mentioned. Yeah. So here we are, we're in it again, another episode of KILLTONY, more of like a, obviously, an examination of someone's writing, rather than their performing since they're at home. Sometimes the videos are well-produced and fun, right? Sometimes it's just someone talking. Sometimes they're doing a lot of jokes at once, sometimes they're barely trying. So, let's get into it, but we do have a band. Ladies and gentlemen, as the band commits to being different characters every episode of the show, we have no idea what they're going to be on site getting ready for the last 15 minutes. So let's all find out when they are together. It's the best band in the land, the KILLTONY band, Jeremiah Watkins, Shoulder, Cole Jimenez, and Jesse Johnson. Here we are. Wow. Wow, we know these guys for sure. And we have a new young lady here joining us. My goodness, this is absolutely special. We have the great Salvador, who we've had so many times. Salvador, and the legend, Jolena, who's here, everybody. Hi, Jolena. What have you been doing during the quarantine?
During the quarantine, I mean, I've been surprised a bunch of times. It's very similar, But like, fucking, I'm backing Donald Trump right now because I got my stimulus check, and fuck, fucking living it up, man. So I'm ready to jack it up. Anytime, man. You're gonna jack it up, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, hey, President Trump, 2024. Wow. Anybody that's giving me fucking money right now? Shit. So you got your $1,200? Hell yeah, I am. Just smoking weed. I've been fucking doing all that shit. I didn't realize you got a yeah, I got a bill. Oh my god, that is unbelievable. Whatever the president says, I'm gonna do it. I really hope you rinse that out a bunch of times. Powerful chemicals originally in that bottle. Hey, President Trump says to drink it. I'm gonna fucking drink it and keep it him down. President Trump, how about yourself? Or with what are you doing there? Gentlemen.
These are good. I know I'm sitting
yeah, it seems as though they've said that Mexicans are having a real problem with this pandemic because you guys can't stay away from one another. Right. How many people do you live with? 14 people. How many bedrooms? Oh my goodness. 14 people in one bed. Oh my goodness. With your mother's. Wow. Oh my goodness. One bedroom. Right? Yeah, that's sexy. I'm trying to get into Salvador's back door. Oh, you guys have worked together many times. This is the first time we've Jolena expressed any sexual interest in you. Salvador, how does that make you feel? Well, it looks like there's going to be 15 people in that room. Shit, I'm fertile, lady. We're about to have fucking 30 babies on your fertile? Oh my goodness. And is this young lady here next to you guys? Is your immigration officer?
No, I'm Shannon Perkins. I am a social worker assigned to Joan's case. They're trying to keep their children.
Oh, you did not get along so well.
I support Joan. Support little support me here, but I'm here for you.
That's great. She's looking out for your better. She said I can't well weed in my baby's face anymore. I let them take that.
Yeah, that's your babies will be taken away if you continue to do that.
How many babies do you have, Julie? You don't remember how many babies have come out of your vagina? You see, after 5, it's all the blurs and you just walk on it. So we're happy to have you, Shannon Perkins. Welcome to the show. So cool of an actual social worker to drop everything that you're doing and join the band here on this wacky show. With that said, you guys are going to be with us the whole episode. We got Red Band and his soundboard, the legendary Mexican band featuring the social worker Gage and Anthony in the booth at Strange Taste _in Tiarina. Charlie Gino and everybody's here. Let's get this show started with a minute of stand comedy of some type, incorporating or a performance of some kind. Let's see what happens here. Let's meet some around the world. This goes by the name of Chris Wagner, some music, and then Chris.
Everybody, my name is Chris Wagner. Insert reservation count here. I'm aware of my recording. I also aware that I'm trying to get you to switch the chemo. Being a whacker, you can expect to get bullied, and I did. Some here, talking about how cool they are in front of everybody. Taking that in chat. There's a lot of successful whackers in my family. My grandpa was a military, 15-year-old. I work with. He's nice. For sure,
Exactly a minute of Chris Wagner. Look at how that cool shit.
Hi, Chris Wacker. How are you, my man? What's up, fellas? Lady? Great. You look fantastic. You're well lit. Best like fair space that I've ever seen in my life. So, Chris here in Kansas. Let's talk pizza. Let's talk canned pizza. It's so good. Before I started back at this place, I was craving it, and like on one of my first dates, I was trying. I was like, man, I could get one of those fucking butch blocks, like, and then it was like somebody didn't show their food. Now it's like, well, he scored. We've gotten deeper into this pizza excursion that everybody's been asking. I haven't heard of any closing hours are still open, and I know there's not a lot of theories for it's open. We're just doing curbside only. Why I wanted to, advertise we're still open, it's still available. I want the place to stay. What do you there? I make pizzas and I clean new dishes and I listen to you guys on the podcast Long Dishes. Oh yeah, and how long you been making pizzas for? This is actually the second time I've worked at Pizza Shack. Many years ago, like in my earlier 20s, I worked at a different location until it shut down. I worked there for like 5.5 years, something like that. And then I worked somewhere else for another few years, 5 years or something. And then I just came back recently because like I really like working there. It's fun. Heck yeah. I used to make pizzas. You guys ever worked at a shop? Yeah. We got into that restaurant. You did? What did you do there? I was a waiter and users stuff, and then the stairs came back down one day. Were you there? No, but I didn't go to shop that night. Oh my goodness, you're in too, you know, that the hand tossing bullshit the other day. You did the hand tossing stuff? No, ours were already in the pan. They had the boss was such a perfectionist that he would remake all of the dough. He had a way of keeping it just the way he wanted, of the ridges at the right temperature. He was an obsessive guy that would make the dough himself from like 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. It was like he was busting nuts in that shit. Why would he do that? It sounds like he's doing a lot of work, but nobody's around. They've been trying to get Dylan away from hand. Oh, yeah, that's, you don't let me hear that now, you see. So, Grace, tell us more about your life there. Pizzas, what else you got going on out there? You want to hear some crazy stories? I've got stories. Sure, tell us something interesting.
Look who it is.
I got kicked out of Christian school for talking about smoking weed with the other kids.
What's good, Mr. Aquarius? You can't see me? Can't see me either.
Rabbi,
What's going on, Big Dog?
were you watching the stream today with the Artemis too? The rocket?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Brandon and I discussed it, and I've got to tell you, last night you were just chilling in here, and I just was shouting to the world how much I appreciate you being in here, man. You're amazing, and you're very smart. You're very smart as well.
They're still doing like an update on it, so I think I'll probably try to switch it once, like in the next 2 hours. The think they said it's going to take them 10 days to reach like the circle around the slingshot around the moon. Yeah, they're in outer space. I think they passed the stratosphere. It's going to take 2 days, I think, to slingshot around the moon, I believe.
Aren't they going to stay on the moon? Aren't they going to stay on the moon?
I think they do want to build a base. But I need to look up and see how long they're going to be there. They're just going to come back. But I think it's like a 10-day mission.
I want the holiday. I want for them to take off. I missed the part for them when they take off. I watched it from there. But I watched it from there.
Okay, Steve. Hey, how are you? How are you?
What you playing?
Hello, Miss Aquarius. How are you? What's good, Miss Aquarius? What's good, Miss Aquarius? How's that leg of yours?
I'm good. If I slept wrong, my back I'm gonna have a good on my back and my other side. I need to start switching. It's time to switch.
Okay.
Yeah, and we got the antennas. We know what we're gonna be doing. She don't know what we're doing on Friday. Her cousin will be coming with all that, but on Saturday and Sunday, we got everything we need to. Hair done, and then chilling, chilling with the bride, and Sunday get up, have breakfast, makeup done, take hair, and then yeah, we're gonna relax until the wedding is back.
Okay, so 24 days until the big day. My question is this. Did you say the showers this weekend?
No, really.
Okay, then what are you talking about this? I thought so. Oh, okay, in a few weeks. Okay, I thought you were talking about something this weekend, and I thought you already had the shower. What are you talking about? Okay, so the wedding's on a Sunday, and you're talking about you do breakfast and all that other stuff, but you're talking for wedding weekend. Okay.
Yeah, she sent the itinerary.
Ah, I see.
She sent the itinerary. Yeah.
It's going to be front and back. So that is now here is essentially that they were paying the bells in 72 moments. That is their son that way. So much Roxy.
Yeah, what you into, Rabbi? You
Want to play with you?
Yeah, they want to play.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me one moment. I was putting out press releases all day for an upcoming podcast series that I'm doing with someone in Australia. So I've been publishing those, and that's basically it. Like that's a lot. It may not sound like a lot, but it is. Just one more.
It's okay. It's okay.
As well as bells that are hanging on the bottom of the needle. Okay? The bells on the shimmer, closer to Shisha, tell you that there were only 36.
All right, Miss Aquarius, I am sending you an invitation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 3, 1. Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That just like we have this mafroca, by what it looked like on the box.
This is an interesting split.
Right. Right. No. No. You got it, Rabbi. You got it, Rabbi. Hit it with a strike.
No doubt. Go, 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 go. All right. Go, 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 go. No.
It's okay. It's okay.
You can get it. Okay, you got one.
It's okay.
No doubt. Now this is a difficult split. Give me a. Oh.
Many people point out that the connection here makes sense.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah, that is it.
Because we say, we'll see in a minute, that the needle was macabre on what the
Get it.
function of the needle. There's a thing.
All right, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Hey. Hey.
Give me this.
Let's go.
Let's go is right.
Let's go.
Okay. That's a great spare. Okay, this is a tough one. Give me these two. Oh, almost. I'll take them. Oh, that's a big one, Mister. That's a big score. And she gets the spare. Oh, that's a big score. Ooh. Impossible win. But I win, you win. Mr. First champion of the first game. No doubt. excellent. Your 222nd win. That's a big win. They shouldn't even make me play. They know I'm going to be dominant big time. Oh, this Aquarius. Are you doing an impression of Zoot?
I don't know.
Oh, wait, Miss Aquarius, hold on. Hold on, Miss Aquarius. It showed me some kind of wrong thing. So you got 9, but it showed to me that you made a gutted ball. I don't know why it glitched like that. So I didn't mean to insult you. You did really well. What I saw was a shot that's really slow, like Zoot's. But you got 9. That's good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good.
No way. Is that Mustafa?
I'm still alive.
Dude, I was looking for you. Man, there was when I heard about the missile at the Iraqi embassy, of course you were on my mind. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm still alive.
Hey, what happened to your place of work?
Well, it was like destruction.
I understand. Did you know anyone died?
Nobody died.
Okay, well, thank God. Okay, so sound sad, which I understand.
All the NPC they're looking for. They tried to kill all of them.
All of whom?
Like, whose was the American they tried to kill?
Okay. Are you still?
I just came and I'm really frightened.
You're really frightened?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically you had to escape for your life because they bombed your place of work.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they looking for me to kill you.
Oh, they're still looking for you to kill you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I understand. I mean, you were definitely. In fact, I was looking for your account because I wanted to. And did I message the right account?
No.
Okay, just give me a minute, and I will. Yay! You win. I win. One moment, Mustafa. I'm gonna look and make sure. Because right when I heard about it. Okay, so I did message the right account.
Yeah. You told me, how are you? And I told you, how are you?
I know, and I was worried about you. I sent that immediately when I heard about the bombing of the embassy. Okay, so is there anything I can do for you?
Can you do I lost my job.
You lost your Okay, why did you lose your job, if I may ask? I know they bombed your embassy. A common thing that happened in the workplace.
The point is, my third job is housing the airport. And my second job was on the embassy. Now they bomb the embassy. They bomb everywhere when they the Americans were.
Right.
They tried to kill all the Americans in Iraq, and all the Americans in this world from the oil of World
Right. Okay, I understand now better. Okay, so to work if you can remotely as a translator for the time being, and then maybe it'll blow over, and you can get your job back at the embassy.
I have to wait. I have to wait.
All right. How long do you have to wait?
Just wait. Just wait.
Okay, but they didn't fire you. It's not like they said you're a security risk or anything by Mustafa. They were just like, hey, we're being attacked. We're not doing business here for a little while. Come back whenever we start back business, right?
What do you mean? I found the bullet. Like, what do you mean? I found a bullet on my garden. On my
You
garden.
found a bot on your garden?
Like a grenade and the bullet, like people type it for me. If you don't stop work on the American, we're gonna kill you. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, how am I supposed to know that? You didn't say that. For a translator, you're not being very clear. So if you would have said, hey, they put a grenade in my garden and they sent a bullet and a message to me, okay, then I understand. But if you don't tell me that, then how am I supposed to know, Mustafa?
I'm afraid to talk to myself.
Okay, so Mustafa, they're not always going to be there for the time being. Why don't you try to work remotely as a translator? Okay, and then also, do you still have contacts at the embassy?
No.
I mean, you were working for someone. Don't you have a telephone number and email address somebody there?
No. They didn't give me anything. I asked me for phone number and anything. I asked for
Okay.
I just go to my work and return to my work.
I understand. A very valuable translator now, especially with that experience. When you start to work remotely and just work in a country that isn't related to the United States, work, with someone who needs English and Arabic to English translation services, perhaps for the United Kingdom, or perhaps for Nigeria, or perhaps Germany or somewhere else.
I think so. That's gonna.
You need, and so you should start applying for translation positions. Do you have a resume? Okay, do you know how to create a resume?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So make sure you go to ChatGPT, run your resume through different. Ask ChatGPT to ensure that your resume has career software keywords, and go on LinkedIn and go on Indeed and go on ZipRecruiter and apply for translation jobs. That's something that you can do. You shouldn't feel so sad. I know, look, I empathize with you, so I shouldn't say that like you have no reason to feel sad, but you're alive. No one you know died. I know you were threatened, so you need to get out of your country. And the jobs that will get you out of your country, you haven't applied. How many jobs did you apply for this week?
How many jobs do I have this week?
How many for this week?
Zero.
Okay, exactly. And you need to apply for 100 jobs today, and 100 jobs tomorrow, and 100 jobs the next day. And if you apply for 100 jobs on LinkedIn and ZipRecruiter and Indeed, you'll have another job within easily, especially with your experience. And you even potentially have a job that they'll fly you out of Iraq to go wherever they are to be an in-person translator. Been a detour to your dreams. There's nothing that I can do about it personally, but I can just be here to support you and give you ideas on how to get other jobs. Look, before we met, you weren't even a translator. So I'm saying to you that you can still work as a translator. Just get out of that country. Okay. Well, that's what you need to do. But that's what I would advise. So I'm here if you need my help, but take your resume, make cover letters, and start applying to jobs. And if you don't apply for the jobs today, you're not doing your job. That's your career. Your career right now is to get a job. And I would also connect with different recruiters. It's their job to get you a job. And so I know I've heard you when you're very happy, and I've heard you when you're very sad. And I know that you're very sad right now, and I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you shouldn't be. You have opportunities. You literally have the best Arabic translation background that you could ever want. And so you'll be able to basically work for maybe a major corporation as a translator. So start applying. All right. And don't be a stranger. If I were you, this is what I would do. This is what I recommend you do. You apply to 100 jobs a day and come in here every single day at the end of the day and tell me when you've done it 100 times. And I'll tell you good job. And you keep doing that, you'll have a job in a week. But instead, what you do is you come and you'll be here and then you'll leave for like 3 months or whatever. Don't do that. Come back every month, having over 3,000 jobs that you will have applied within a month. You'll have by then. Okay, see you tomorrow. Go to your jobs, okay? Excellent. We'll see you in 24 hours, Dafa. And I'm here if you need help.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hey, you're fortunate to be alive. So be appreciative of that. I'm happy you're alive.
I hope I'm still alive. I hope I'm still alive.
Well, keep checking in every single day for 100 days.
Thank you for helping me every time.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care.
Bye.
Goodbye.
And with regard to insulin, it's written Isha Zona Hayawat. So you have of a Isha Zona of a harlot, a prostitute, see the association of the word Mesa with Oz's partner, and you see Mesa written by Am. So the idea was that the fifth would be Machaper on Oz's partner. After the tomorrow, Amy, is it true that this is that this is going on with the down in the Russian Hara? So you just understand that that we had items that were Machaper and Shmir and Avodah Zarah, the April and the Summit, right? What Machaper on Shmir comes up. And after the Mara, we should have Levi. Shimon Levi says, Shnei Devarim Lamatzinu Lahem Kapar B'Karbanos. There are two things that the atonement cannot be achieved through Karbanos. One, for those who Matzinu Lakapar there being kapara for those things. Hey, these are those two things. Shrikas Damin Lashon Hara. That Shrikas Damin, murder, and Lashon Hara speaking ill. Shrikas Damin, how is Shrikas Damin have kapara not from Kabbalah? Me'evla Rufa, from Me'evla Rufa to know that Ralufa is they decapitate the and they their hands over them and say things like so you see the idea that Egla Rufa is a kapara for the community's accountability on Shrikas Damin. Lashon Hara, and Lashon Hara is also something that even Karbanas, or rather is from the Torah. That the Lashon Hara kapara is found according to the Torah. The Tanya of Hanania that Hanania said, how do we know that the Torah gives kapara? Remember, it says, "Vayikan es hakaretz vayikaper alam." So he gave the Torah, the Torah, and he gave kapara. What's he talking about? So after the Ma'aseh of Torah, you saw that they were saying Lashon Hara and about Moshe Aaron, that they caused Torah to be killed, etc. And there started to be Magifa, people started to die, and Aaron HaKohen took the Master and he went into the amongst the Jewish people, and that caused Magifa to end. So you see the idea that he did with the Torah, and that gave kapara to the people, and therefore the Magifa, the plague, ended. So you see that Torah causes kapara and continues the explanation of this kapara fulfillment. The Torah is very small. The Torah is very small. What is so we see from the prophet? By Aaron, that the Torah is Machaper. What is Machaper for? Lashon Hara, Lashon Hara. Why? Because the other Gary Shabbat Hashai, you have where is Matzah Hashai. That is something that essentially Lashon Hara, which is said in private. We talked about someone behind their back, and it should be Machaper. Something that's done in private should be Machaper on Matzah that was done in private. This is Matzah private. What does it mean that the Torah is done in private? Because the way it works is when they did the Torah, everyone was outside of the Heichal, the Ulach, beyond the area, only the Kohen who was doing the Torah be in the Heichal at that. So it was a service form in so to speak, and therefore the Chapel of Lashon Hara is private. Now I ask you, wait a second. You told me that the Sonnet was Machaber on Shrikas Damin, and that the Lashon Hara, the Heel of Machaber Lashon Hara, but yet we see that you might have said that no, the kapara from Shrikas Damin and Lashon Hara come from the Egla Rufa and from Ketara. What is Lashon Hara? What kapara should it come? You might say, no, lo kapara is not. Makapra, because each makapra on different elements of Shit is done in Russian art. So, and the other man halfway. The other man halfway. So when is the whole idea of Egon is that Egon, when you don't know who did the murder, you bring Egon with us. Egon with Macabre on that kind of murder, the one where you don't know who was the perpetrator. However, the dishonest would be Macabre, where you do know who the perpetrator was. Someone murdered someone, and that in fashion that would give custody. Way, you know who killed the person, then that person is supposed to get killed. That creates the kapara for the both. So, what do I need? Why would I need the persona? So maybe there may be a little option there. That where would I need the persona? So if you don't know who murdered, it's Eglarufa. If you know who murdered and he gets sentenced to death, so then that's the kapara. If you know who murdered, but for example, we know that Reuben murdered Shimon, but Reuben didn't have drugs, he wasn't known beforehand. Then Reuben didn't get killed. So then that's where the Kesanas in the Chapter of Christ on, as Rocky points out, the murderer himself ends up getting Sarai, ends up with God. Okay, so that's how we explain that murder. Again, 3 different categories. You don't know who did it at Rarufa, you know who did it, and he had Asra and he gets put to death. That creates kapara. If he doesn't get put to death for some reason, that is where the Kesanas is. And the question of Lashon Hara is also not a question of the sinner of the Parhasia. That when the Lashon Hara is done in private, so then you have the Kapara that is the service proportion in private that creates the Kapara for it, of the Parhasia. But when you have the Lashon Hara that is said in public, that's so you have the Me'il, which has the cells on the bottom, because that is publicly it makes a sound as well. I don't know if I'm just copy.
Kicked out just for talking about it? Talking about it, yeah. How old were you? Like 18, maybe? Wow. Christian school, you were still 18, so that was a high school, obviously, hopefully. Yeah, that's how easy it is to get kicked out, guys, if you want to get out of your Christian schools. Well, they should have called it high school. My senior year high school, we used to smoke pot beforehand. It was quite the good time. Is that ever done? Huh? Is that ever done? What? Is that ever done? Is it true, fool? You did that. Is that what he's saying? Yes. So clearly there's a lot of dirty shit going on there, Chris. You don't have your posters framed, shockingly enough, which normally I feel like you would. I feel like a guy like you would have frames. But I got 2 months to it. Right, I got framed a little bit. I got a ton of it. You have a little collector store there. Question. Sure, are you sad about this quarantine that you're gonna have to wait even longer to lose your virginity now? Or to a virgin, sir? Is there any truth to the matter that you're a virgin?
No, it's not true. I know what I look like, and I guess I can open up with that too. You know, I don't look like that. But, I've went around a little bit. Anyone in your family named Dick? Is there a Dick Whacker in your family? Or is it Jack Whacker? No, I wish there was. There is. Is there a weed whacker? Nobody wants to know. Smoking weed, you know? Smoking weed in Christian school, I don't know. You live with your parents still? No, this is my place. It's a one bedroom. It's a little cheap one bedroom. What's how much does a one bedroom run for you? Right now, they keep raising it like every year, but right now it's like $760 or something like that. That's a lot. That's a lot for that economy, for that place. That's just a lot. What's minimum wage there? I think it's like 7. Yeah, that's hell. You live in hell. Do you know that? Hawaii is incredible and hell shocking. What's the first thing that you own? I see that you have a lot of unopened ownership behind you or something like that. These condoms, they're in big condition. We're gonna follow up that time. That's the type of collector. This is like, I'm smoking in here, right? Have you ever committed a crime before, Chris? That's one of the things I was going to talk about next. Yeah, let's do it. I got busted for an empty bag that used to have weed in it. Oh my god. Have I mentioned at all yet today that you live in hell? You might be what I have this TV screen right now. Later you can't social workers now. This is like we're live TV, this is like crappy episodes of live TV. You got busted for Kansas long for weird. We're going back to Kansas. We're getting reports right now that a man with an empty bag of weed has been stopped. Tased. Did the cops show any mercy? Were they nice to you? Yeah, they were nice, but it's because I was an idiot. I didn't understand my rights at the time, and so they were just like, can we search you? I should have said why and no. I'm not doing anything wrong because I was just walking back from a party. And it's nothing like if you're walking and can't travel. Prefer not to, yeah. Did you see anybody marijuana off of a 15-year-old girl? Oh, wow. Yeah. When I get in trouble, you buy it off. Sort of exaggerated, but I think it's funnier that way. But I think it's there you go. It's like an episode of Predator. I just assumed that she was 16 and to catch a Predator. It's out of the park here today. Incredible. These would get massive hits in front of a live audience. I know, right? Wasn't it fun? This normal podcast life is peasantry. The studio life feels like Kansas City is here. Feels like here. Well, I loved it. You got the party started for us, Chris. We appreciate you. Way to do it. Have you ever done stand-up comedy before on the stage? 5 times. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, well, thanks, man. Open back up again. Get back out there again and keep doing it. It's very funny, you guys. You talked a lot about comedy, and I saw Jeremiah and Gage when they came to Kansas City, and I started doing open mics on that stage. I love that a lot. Great. I'm out of the pizza shop today. The pizza guy, Harley, the pizza guy, he doesn't do stand-up. Funny guy, great guy. All of us is just going to be cool. So, yeah, my great. They're going to do for everyone. Here we go.
Absolutely. So, I'm just way to get it started. Thanks to Chris. And let's just keep it moving along. Your next comedian goes by the name of Jimmy Richter. There you go. Here comes Jimmy Richter. Here we go.
Yeah, quarantine's been interesting. Dating's been very interesting.
Why? Because of the end. There's 8 years which did not. The sense from a person about the comfort planning is cursed. Shoulder is
There we go, Jimmy Richter. Everyone, hi Jimmy. Everything's good. I'm glad that you sent that a set. It was fun. I've always wondered what the bad guy from the Matrix is up to nowadays. Looking good though, dude. Heck yeah. You and were you putting us in for us?
I live in Austin.
Oh, beautiful. Austin, Texas. Great place. How's the quarantine treating you? They've been opening things up yet there.
I hear that they are about to open up. But I actually just got back. I spent most of the week in Missouri in my parents' basement.
Last time there, did you look at any porno magazines?
We just mostly outside. I really dedicated myself to writing, so I sat down an entire script. Also wrote a TV show and produced a TV show. It's called Life is a Trip. It's actually, it's like when I was in my parents' basement, I was like, this is not really going to be anything. I just made it with my phone on my iPad, and I was like, this is kind of becoming like this bigger thing. And I was like, it's not just a ordinary big deal, And then, so you go to superduperbigdeal.com. You can actually see it all.
That's incredible. Super duper. Super spelled D-U-P-E-R. I feel like it's just going to be a thing. Picture that giant black guy with his huge cock out. Have you seen this guy, Melina? How do you know? My baby daddy's third kid. That looks incredible.
So I do grading websites too, but I literally did everything with my phone and my iPad, and I was like, if anybody says I can't do shit during quarantine, yeah, so because what happened was I worked in the entertainment industry, mostly the music side, right? And so every single gig I had got canceled. We were throwing a festival in Florida, and it was like everything was leading up to it. All my gigs for the next 6 months got canceled. I just had this time. I was like, what feels the most passionate?
How many different actors or actresses are in your museum?
I did. I mean, if you guys go to superduperbigdeal.com, It's a 2-bedroom together. I think it's like 27.
And how much did you pay for it? What those same names you put them from bigman.com?
I think it was up to all there for the first year.
How many big macs?
Fucking a patty with sauce, that's it.
Oh, so you have a roommate now in your current living situation? How long have you two known each other?
I would say 3 years, I think. We met at a mastermind group before we get to business shit.
What's a mastermind group?
It's kind of like where, you know how you don't want to spend your time with people that you waste a lot of time with. Second time with those people that actually really want to do shit. And a lot of my business, now I'm just putting all the business stuff out there. All the great stuff like that. Focusing.
Is there an answer actually, but you just said it's superstitious.com?
Discusses the world in the future, and mostly discusses features and topics like development.
That's pretty short. We are going at progress number 1 to 6. That's all I'm you're talking about. Progress accomplished. Jimmy Richter, do you have any other than writing and making things? Do you have any other special skills or talents? You look like you've done a couple magic tricks in your days. You look like if you wear a COVID mask, does everybody think you're a doctor? You look like a doctor from the nose up. You think I know?
Oh, yeah. I got my 401.9K or whatever, too.
How about any other special skills or talents from you? Anything else that would surprise us?
I used to make drums, and I also used to make art listening to.
Wow, that is so cool. You guys are big fans of Carlos Santana, right? I just came to my mom's house. Looks like you said one of the keyboards. Here you go. Yeah, what did you make drums for? I got it.
My life's been crazy. That's why I never found
Seriously. Do you play drums? Do you play drums, Jimmy? You really do? Do you have a drum set where you are? Yeah, it's true. The squeaking of the chair really did take all the excitement out of that moment.
Is this what's happening?
Do you have a drum set? Okay. What's happening? I'm confused right now. Everybody relax. Hold on. Let's figure out what's going on. You have a drum set there? Do you really? Really? Let me see it. Get the fuck out of here. This is the moment. This could be her. Oh my god. Oh, come on. Be nice to this guy. He's a good guy. He's got one drum. I hope so. I truly hope so. I also have a drum set. Big deal. This guy's a fucking, I'm telling you right now, this guy's a fucking winner. Look how organized he is. This guy's got storyboards out. He's got a Sharpie, different Sharpie eraser, and iPad. He's got business cards. This guy's got ideas. He's got his own room. He's got all this stuff going for him. So I'm pretty excited about this. find the bill that was started. This is incredibly exciting. This is going to be the first and so far only Mexican drum off in world heats coming up. So, well, they said both. I actually asked them both. Yes, both. Decline. No, you can't decline. You gotta be like Donald Trump and win this thing. Stop, guys. So I love this segment. A lot of people hate it, but
on their 24/7 YouTube streams, like the Truman Show or Big Brother, and also in their Discord. And you can connect with Brad like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and ask any questions that you may have. And that all of these topics will be discussed both on the live stream and in upcoming podcasts as well, for anyone who's excited.
okay. A lot of build up there. Is that my little player? Man, that could have gone 1,000 times better. What is that? How is that you? Can you hear us? You're like the drumming of a PE teacher. What I do so you know. Can you hear us now? No? Here he goes, Jimmy Raptor, everyone. Go to superbigdeal.com at some point in your life and check out the show. We love you, Jimmy. Thank you. Second news by E. I can't remember. I think he got a little bit excited there, and a lot of people aren't used to this kind of pressure. They're not used to being on a show like this. He lost his audio, he reset the camera to a weird position. That's natural for someone that I think isn't used to a show like this. However, there are some people that are very used to a show like this. One of them is one of the very famous regulars of the show. Here he is, joining us live, one and the only, the great Willie Montgomery. Here he is. Jesus Christ. Alright, here he is, William Montgomery, everyone. William.
How's it going? I'm still running for county alderman. Policies. We saw the movie Tokyo Drift, and I can promise you one thing: if I'm elected county alderman, I will be in Tokyo drifting through our streets. I saw many guys recently. Sure, so I'll tell you one thing: if I'm elected county alderman, I'm going to be making sure that our subdivisions in this community are built on top of Indian burial grounds. I'm sick and tired of going back to my home at night, wondering for hours before I walk inside. So I'm the one that turned that light on. That's probably my best possible planning. Can we make boys a little less dangerous, please? They're meant for fleeing. Elementary school, let's bring Lion King into dialogue. I'm sick and tired of staying up with Scorpius makes appearance on the screen, but he does every time.
There is William Montgomery. There's the body of William Montgomery, and then he is still an open wound on his belly. We've been studying this open wound for a long time. There is a different hair there. What's the hair that's in the middle there? You know? Oh, wow, that is a loose hair. At least imagine loose. Black hair that is someone else. That's in the middle of your belly, right next to your open wound, William.
Actually, you'll learn for a train. The head of security is actually in town tonight. They will some pictures from
Turn your phone around.
I don't know how to turn it on.
Just because
He's
you.
wrong.
We also found out today he doesn't have it.
No, wow, wait a second. Oh my goodness, who is this?
This is my buddy Warren. He's my head of security. The white zero buildings. I don't know if it was or not.
What is my best idea? So that I would have to name or one
God, William, you're gonna have to change your name to Grit Van Winkle. So where did you meet this guy?
We actually got together in Colorado. They had that fucking gap.
Those are the producers in the back.
What faggot was that?
God, William, love this new book. Are you auditioning for a role in Fear and Grooming in Las Vegas? Grooming. I've never seen anything quite as you right now. You white or anything also. I've never seen you hang out with a black guy before. The hit song from TLC, Creep. Fucking awesome. So what else has been going on? We're great. We're absolutely great. What county are you running for the alderman? Where's that? So why would you run for county alderman of a place like Tennessee when you live in Texas?
It's a logistical nightmare. It's a deal I don't even understand. I've been dealing with it through quarantine. And I tell you're doing your best.
Can I tell you that everything that you do is funnier with a black man over your shoulder? Go ahead, well, you guys chill. Let's hear William.
Twilight Zone. It's always the other one before I get on an airplane. Only to find out there's like a hearing monster on the plane that I'm flying on. Allegates funny. Doing some studies for these types of terrorists. Flying on planes, our planes. I'm sick and tired of them even shutting the window to the plane I'm flying on. It has a hearing monster on the fucking middle of the plane. Every time I look at the window, I start to start to
He used the wrong finger though. I think he meant to do that.
I think it's like let's do another one. Off the topic of right control, by the only one who's sick and tired of testing out binoculars at the local sporting goods store, only to find out those plates get soup polish on the fucking eyeballs. I'm tired of testing out binoculars on Saturday afternoon, only to find scope cameras getting shoe polish on the binoculars. It's like I'm living out one of my nightmares. Let's do something. You've been doing something. Yeah. Man, this is incredible. I love this. You and Oren, is there any chance of him replacing David Lucas on Brothers in Person?
Yeah, I think David's badass doesn't watch right now on the streets. But yeah, I think it's gonna be you and Oren, Red Dan on Wednesday. Are you cool with that? Like slap. Did you buy a face mask yet? We had to cancel last week's episode. You didn't have a face mask. So stock is on equipment. Nope, I don't need that. What's been so hard about your week? Why is your week been so hard? So what are you and Oren's plans for the rest of the night? Are you going to film a video and have sex with your girlfriend, perhaps? Is that why you're right?
Once you get position down, as you stand up, or slowly down so you can sit down. So three different forms of cover for the nasi and based in and a regular cup. So you Başlamıyor bir tane kapalı. Bizim şu an sesimiz the songs kapalı.
Glasses that it looks like a white mouse. That it looks like a white guy is having sex. Well, you know what they say, if there's any getting kicked out of your grandparents' place, you're going to see nothing better to do than invite over your blood friends over it. All right, William, we love you. We'll see you next time. Great, William. Let's go, great, everybody. There he goes. On to the next one. Alone, if they live alone, or if they have a weird living situation and a girlfriend, I think a lot of people are quarantining together right now. It's gone, unlike we did forever, future. It says keep your mask on, Warren keeps it on. Thank you for Warren joining William during that. William, of course, William.f.1 on Instagram. Let's keep it moving along. Your next comedian, or someone trying to do comedy, goes by the name of Julian Flanger.
Even outside of his marriage, even at his a party or a wedding, you just how to charge it up on the performance. Just like we do when we do performance cover. It doesn't need to work for the deal. So notice cover, we're not notice that affecting is it come compound? Is it come compound to the head? So many questions. The one that unity is being really covered in this discussion. And the answer has to be so deserved because again, when you serve the community,
Beautiful. Julian Liber. Here it is. All right. right, Julian, welcome to the show. Where are you calling us from? Wow, look at that. Germany, our first true German on the show. How exciting is this? How are you, man? How are things in Germany? Yeah, must be weird for you being stuck in Germany after being the star of Don't Fuck with Cats on Netflix. It's about you. You should watch a long documentary about Germany. Wow. So, what part of Germany again? Oh, okay. Hello. What's Hanover known for? Like a sausage or something, right? Okay. Not from Kevin Jules. There you go. That's what we think about the Germans continuously. We'll never let you. You guys have a long time until you're up the hook for that one. Absolutely. So were your parents or grandparents involved in World War II at any point? Oh, yeah. Yeah, to the American side on that. That's incredible. Have you ever talked to your grandfather about it? Oh, that's right. That's on your dad's side. Oh, okay, yes. Can you say a phrase for every container dating? Say it. No, I swear I fucked you. She keeps making me outside of the cup. I think she got the good hormone vitalized and So, this girl that you had sex with, that you found on the internet, was this like a one-night stand or something like that? You hung out for what, a few months? Tell us about this relationship. You think she was what? Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And so, what ended up happening? What type of sexual activities did you guys do? We know the Germans are into some wacky shit over there. She missed on you, poop on you. What happened? There you go. There's one man's approach. Did you poop in that pussy? Let me answer that. Really? Oh, long time ago. You
What up, Tim?
always saying, oh, that was a long time ago. I don't remember. I had nothing to do with that. Guys are famous for
Are you
that.
ready to lose?
Nothing exciting sexually, though. It just seems like you hooked up with a hooker.
Yeah, big dog.
Wait, how old was she during this?
You got a new joke?
You got a new joke?
Okay, just one moment.
They get their cylinders out on the grill early out there in Germany. That's the fucking, just a little Hitler youth in there.
Why are you giggling?
Usually when Germans run a train on someone, it doesn't end up that well for them.
Okay.
What do you do for work, Julian?
You want to hear it?
Just give me a moment.
Studying.
What are you doing?
Publishing a press release.
Anything on your band that I can speak in, or is that a German thing?
No, it can't. Calm down, big dog.
This is about preservation of a forest.
Let me ask you this. You just said, all Germans basically, one way or another, speak English. England, people speak English. Americans speak English. What do you think Hitler would say if he knew that none of us Germans, however all the Germans speak English?
Another 45 cents. Hey, why was it bad? Just be patient.
Sort of counting. So do they have comedy clubs here where you live, or do they ever do anything like that, an open mic or anything?
What are you playing?
Corner.
Is that a fun game? The person you're playing is bad? Why are you trying to lose?
Real German music here. Liger. There you go. Look at that. He's got a little German guitar.
Because but it's quick play. Quick play.
And how did you do? Gesundheit. Have I finished? Just reading it up. So, just one moment. You're good at now? You're terrible. Yeah, I think we all have.
Next time we're in Germany, you're going to have to join the band. Shut up, with you guys. There you go. You're going to be.
Are you sure?
Germany with that Julian.
But I suck at bowling.
Why do you suck at bowling in real life? Are you proud of yourself? Excellent. Alright, Zoo. I'm about to hit submit.
Tell me to tell you.
No, I want to fully be ready for it. I'm almost ready for it. I know I said 45 seconds, but I want to make sure that this is good.
I don't know if this is a joke, but I don't really it's true.
But it's truth? But it's the truth?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
okay. Well, sometimes there's overlap. Did you? Are you proud of yourself? Oh, wait, is that who I think it is? How you living, pimp? Why not? Yeah.
How's it going?
Amazingly, how are you?
How's it going? Still on that stream grind? Still on that stream
100%, yeah.
100%, yeah.
What's good, son?
Yeah, well, I wanted to know your opinion on all this. Wanted to know your opinion on all this Iran and oil and all that.
I want world peace. That's been my
Yeah, well,
desire since day one.
I want to get him go.
Good job, Zoo.
I want to get him go.
Okay, good job, man. How many did you get? Okay, that's great. So to our other friend, how has your life been recently?
You talking to me?
Yeah, Thomas.
You talking to me? Yeah. I've been doing well. I'm enjoying life. Springtime's here. Enjoying life. Some good April Fool's jokes.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, Zoo and I are about to play a game. Feel free to chill. And yeah, Thomas, remind me, how did you find out about me?
Yeah, through the
That's it.
like I saw your profile on the profile.
There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, more than 10,000 of us globally. It's not as unique a last name as you may think. We're like the Kennedys of the Ashkenazi Jewish community. All right, dude, I'm about to. Excellent. Zoot, are you ready for your invitation? We are playing 9-ball, random break, trick shot, pool. Do you like pool?
Yeah, I like pool.
Very well. How have things in socialize been for you?
Yeah, I mean, socialize it. It's always a little crazy.
Did you?
Like the 10% of people that are talking to, 90% of people you gotta talk to.
So you have an invitation. Did you see that VC1 has like a ton of people in it? Because like at one point no one had their camera on, and that meant that more than
oh yeah, it was at like 54.
That's wild. Exactly. Any other good Discord you've been in recently?
I just have a couple. Frank River type things. They're a lot smaller.
Okay.
You think that would have been?
I'm in this. I'm working.
Okay.
Good business minded people.
Ready to say a word?
Yes, go ahead. Well, you know, you're welcome in here, Thomas. If you ever need anything, you know, okay?
Oh, holy shit.
It's research on topics.
Oh, thank you. Actually, yeah, I just published a press release. I'm going to be doing a series of 5 podcasts over the next 5 weeks. The first one's on life extension technology. The second one is on improving the earth. The third is on mega projects. The fourth is on traveling in the solar system, and the fifth is on extraterrestrial life. So if any of those are of interest to you, I suggest, certainly you can come in here, and then you can probably hear them live. But also, go to my link tree because I'll publish it there. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can see my podcast there. You can see my press releases there. And if you ever need to see all my social media, I have more social media on that link tree than any person in global history.
You have all those YouTube.
Correct. So yeah, I'll be talking about AI kind of things on this upcoming stream, and you feel free to check it out when you have time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, what's your position on like? Yeah, what's your?
I think that I think that they exist, and that Earth has perhaps been seeded here, and that they visit the Earth every single day. I mean, the evidence shows that they do. If you ever go on,
Yeah, I think there's. Yeah, I think there's Saturn radiation. Radiation, stuff like that. I think that's like stuff. And then I think there's probably biological stuff that we know about. This is a common story.
that very well could be. There's the movie The Day of Disclosure that is coming out this summer from Steven Spielberg, and then this I think later this month a movie on Bob Lazar. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? So he would basically be Zoo. When I'm talking, you gotta be patient and you gotta be polite. Okay, please. I'm talking with someone. He is the S4 part of Area 51 contractor who allegedly worked on crash disks. So I think that will bring a lot into the consciousness of humanity of the subject. I know the Trump administration recently said that they would release everything that the Department of Defense had regarding non-human biological entities. So we'll see. But it's an exciting time to be living. You know, as they say, keep your eyes on the prize and keep your ear to the ground when it comes to this kind of stuff.
For sure. So Trump was like, yeah, we're going to throw the police. Yeah, they already had on show with them. They already had like more and more stuff. Yeah, I feel like coming out. So, yeah.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Humans are not going to be known as others say, and that we also
Why are you talking like that, Zoo?
And in the dream we were told
Also with with an AI and stuff, with an AI, they were gonna have the company. It's either gonna get a big bailout or it's either gonna get a big bailout. It's gonna take over Gemini, take over. We'll see.
Well, okay, aren't you talking about different things here? So, Claude is a separate organization. Gemini is a Google project. OpenAI or ChatGPT is an OpenAI project. Are you anticipating the merge?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think. That's what I'm saying. I think the company might succeed without bailout.
Oh,
And I hope that doesn't.
I disagree. It's supposed to have the largest initial public offering in the history of humankind.
So, yeah, if it goes public, it's not that much change.
Zoo.
Oh, you guys enjoy it too.
Excellent. Thank you.
You guys like share it?
We can't share it right now. It's just on our phone.
See, the less work has to give you some shit in real. He said, "You're going to be Muslim." He said, "No, that your father's gave you the position of our faith. You think you will." So apparently, Rabbi Nassim's father was very influential. So that I'm sure he earned the position.
Do you got any like documentaries you would recommend?
Yeah, actually, 100%. Yeah, it's really interesting that you mentioned that. Go to topdocumentaryfilms.com and go to their top 100. They're amazing. No. Top, T-O-P, documentary films. Yeah. Topdocumentaryfilms.com.
I just gave you the game. Rabbi. Okay, I'm on there, and there's like a top on there.
Yeah, go to the Zoot. Do you understand that I'm in the middle of talking to somebody? Okay.
I was gonna say if you scrap.
Zoot. You gotta understand. The game is not important when I'm talking to someone in the middle of a conversation. We can talk about it, but for the meantime, you've just got to understand that social dynamics do not mean that you interrupt people's conversations. So just for a moment. So if you want to contribute, you can. Do you see at the hamburger menu in the corner, it says top 100?
Yeah, I just
Okay, yeah, so check out any of those. They're really interesting guys. And
I've already watched.
Okay, then you got 99 to go. What do you think of the Stone one?
And that's weird. I feel like you should have been part of It's interesting how all that works.
Most certainly. Well, you got 90 down.
Okay.
For the past few nights, we've been watching documentaries in here. So a few nights ago, we watched one of Quentin Tarantino's favorite biographies, documentaries, which is called "A Hard Body," is about like a contest that occurs where you basically keep your hands on a car, and who could do it the longest, and the struggles of people doing that. We've watched about people who have traveled around the world on a boat. Last night we watched one on a pet cemetery. So just like really interesting things like that maybe aren't always discussed in mass, but just people's stories. And so if you want to watch any documentaries, feel free to stream them in here, and I'll watch them with you.
Interesting, the one that popped out, streamed in the world of Afghanistan, it's only 17 minutes. Cambridge. Yeah, I can switch it. I win.
Okay.
No trick show.
Let's see this. Zoot, watch what we're not going to. We're going to stream this. It's on 17 minutes, and then once Thomas leaves, we'll play something else.
You can play with them if you want. You can play with them if you want.
Yeah, Zoot has to understand that he's got to share.
Yeah.
No. He's got to share. Okay, so I'm joining stream right now with one of my other accounts, so I can watch what you're streaming. Just one moment, Thomas.
Oh, you still want to watch? Oh, you want?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. Big step. Oh, it's not your other account.
Yeah,
Oh, it's not
exactly.
your other account.
So we're watching something, man. You can watch it, but nevertheless, we don't need commentary.
It's 11 years. That level of the Shiva, reducing health and health will not accept any appearance of leadership. So that you're trying to do something for the cloud, you will always have what was the change?
What'd you say?
March to a brand new halacha, which will allow us to create the to once again bring us as a result of dedicating all the sharing trushes this year.
Isn't that wild?
It's like the Star Trek stuff. It's like the Star Trek stuff. Giving this and make it different.
Exactly. It's known as a Santa Claus machine, or in Star Trek, a replicant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it was short. It was interesting. Would you say, Big Dog?
Yeah, 16 years old. Yeah, 16 years old.
Yeah.
So have you seen that one yet?
Hold on 1 second. What'd you say?
Have you seen that one yet?
The one that we just watched?
Yeah.
No, maybe like 16 years ago.
16 years ago.
Yeah, maybe.
16 years ago. You're so up to date.
100%. So what's on your agenda for tonight?
I mean, I was probably gonna go to bed in like 2 minutes. Like, just chill the rest of the day. I'm gonna be busy.
What's on your agenda? What are you doing?
Yeah, so I'm working at hours are really good. And also studying and doing live sheet page. I'm doing the field I'm focused on. That's very growth field. I think it's a field that can complement with AI.
Definitely.
So it's like, I think it's gonna be like when I think it's gonna be like what IT was the 2010. So like 2010 making like 300 $700,000 a year. Definitely a growing industry. And the thing is, by the time it's like done, like the IT industry, I think it's gonna be one of those hibernate, so it's like very good stuff.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying.
I'm a person that has been used to
You never know what the future holds. Right?
You never know what's going on.
You never know for sure. You know for sure that's true.
Incredible. So I said that this
I'm always it's kind of complaining. Want to go.
Rashi says it's the first Rashi. May the Havi Kistos Iraq, the top of the base is Ba'asam. So Rashi is introducing us to this concept, based on the rivers and the erroneous ruling, an individual acts.
The backup plans are always important.
I've also two seasonal businesses. I got like a decoration.
Oh, very cool. How does that work out for you?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. September. So it's good during time frame. Yeah, the rest of the time I gotta build. The rest of the time I gotta build.
Sure. I understand that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Wealthy people. Yeah, it's interesting. They get all that business. And then like decoration, pumpkins and stuff like that. Pumpkin patches, and then recently I've been on TV, so it's like local news and talk shows.
What do you do with that?
Yeah, so I'm like the behind the kind of like work
Well, that's really cool. Don't you think that's really cool?
Yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah, I enjoy it. It kind of is good. It's kind of YouTube. I know a little bit of the world already, so I get certified. Hop on the list pretty quick.
Do you still do YouTube?
Not too much anymore. I realized like new famous I'd rather be a little bit more. I'd rather go to work. And the thing is, I wasn't like really 2,000 subscribers. I got at the same time as 2,000.
Doug, that's giant.
That was a little bit of madness. A lot of trolls.
Do you still have that account?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I privately
Do you still post it all?
Yeah, I got the old. I got the big.
Doug, that's baller.
Yeah, like the new one. Yeah, like the new ones. Like my other YouTuber friends on it. No, Oh, so much better. And then the old one is made with actual silver.
Doug, why don't you continue to build up?
I was like, like a burnout thing, and it's just getting older and shifting into something else. It was an interest I had for a long time.
Wasn't it making
It's not.
wasn't it making you a good amount of money?
Yeah, it was decent. Yeah, it was decent. Yeah. My best month, my best month.
Dude, why would you just stop that?
Like I said, that's the best way I could do it.
Okay, I mean, but have to take a major change to stop you from taking in what $100,000 a year or so, or $60,000 a year.
That was my best. The thing is, that was my best. There was like 30. That was like my two best students. My two best students.
Okay, but
I probably made. I probably made. I transitioned. I transitioned the TV stuff, and that's like 80K. That's like 80K. That's university focusing, and also seasonal business. So it's still.
does your YouTube account still make you money?
Not very much. Not very much. Like I'll probably get like.
Okay, they send a check, they don't direct deposit it.
Well, the thing is, the free check is like check, so you get like $100 threshold.
I gotcha. All right.
So I know you're in this. I know you are. So it's a lot. It's like that's all good. I'm gonna give you the pretty cool thing.
Thank you.
Cool thing. Yeah, but anyway,
I mean, I just dealing with people, basically, in my life. People, the ability to check out what I'm doing.
That's where people active. That's the basic son. Individual would be part of it. If you're TV, the basic just say, you told them nothing. It's more.
Yeah, I kind of get a YouTuber to this guy. That's kind of what happened.
Okay.
And I do respect that. Oh yeah, this guy.
You never know. Only time will tell, as they say.
And you went back there, you went back there.
That's right.
Oh yeah, another big thing. Oh yeah, another long form content, like all these YouTube shows and stuff. I was class 2017, and then 2011. I made some short ones. I made some short ones fulfilling. You know what I mean? Fulfilling.
I understand.
I might go back to it. It's just been a year break.
Well,
learn the new algorithm. Go through some short stuff.
did you ever buy?
On the new.
Did you ever buy subscribers when you first started?
I didn't buy subscribers, but I did subscribers. I definitely did something in 2017. I would like comment on like random videos, like subscribe and I'll subscribe to your channel. Honestly, that's why I got like my like a few family members, I subscribe to
But I mean, how do you get 100,000? What kind of content are you making?
Yeah, it was Fortnite stuff like that. And the reason why I got like Fortnite because I was on the internet, that's where I got my
Oh, okay. So, you have like, oh, that's big time, right? I mean, that's big time. That like made your stream.
Yeah, I made my channel pretty much. People I made my channel. Oh my god. Getting sued.
Did you? What happened with the lawsuit?
Yeah, so it ended up being they were trying to copyright $50,000. I didn't steal any of the code to make I didn't cheat or hack clients, so they ended up losing. The settlement was I just ended up losing fees, and then I got banned from using any Epic Games product.
Really? For
I made like some cheats, and then I paid $5,000.
Wait a second, though. You can't use their products for 100 years.
Yeah. Legally, like if I grow that, I can't see product.
Dude, that's wild. That's the time that they.
So I have a little, I have 200 for it. I go back on. It would be like, I can use,
Well, you never know. That might happen.
It's not crazy. You can tell us grade 14 right here. Right here. It's such a simple looking sheet.
So what? They don't want people to show how to use cheat codes for their products.
Where he does logging, I don't know.
So they don't want people. They don't want the publishing of cheats for their.
Yeah, so they didn't like that I was making money. So they didn't like that I was making money promoting people that cheat or hack and their people that cheat or hack their game. And so they wanted to set me up and so they wanted to making me like $50,000 and end up in the theater.
Did you end up having to?
I was working at the time. I was working. He just declared bankruptcy. Even if I did
Right.
So, but that isn't happening, and my we're just like, you got your parents were just like, you gotta listen about yourself.
That's wild.
They believe that I could like figure it out.
Well, you figured it out.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah, my story is a little crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Everybody is not. Everybody is.
We're done.
So what's that? Again, she's again,
Where are you up to now? Where are you up to now? Are you playing?
No, I'm publishing press releases.
Press releases for your
topics.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to use them all the hate. So you just do and she marries ultimately they get
Oh yeah, do you have a like psychological? Oh yeah, do you have a MKO psychological like army psychological
Yeah, I mean, I'm against the manipulation of any person without their.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I don't like this. I already tried this with MK Ultra. I already tried this with MK Ultra. Trying it again. Stop trying it again. Stop trying it again.
Formalized is motor. You're allowed to, and here's the so again, this is actually very good. They're actually only based in Lamar, almost right across national right. Only based in Lamar, and national only based in Nassau, in Europe, or also actually only in Nassau. So again, we also know this. But
it's not actually like a online. It's like online. I'm in a pickle. I got I'm not a pickle.
That's right. And I do have people who do that. I was talking to someone today. He basically was in an embassy like within the last month, and it was bombed, and we were working out what he could do. I get people who have perhaps behavioral issues and they come in and just want to talk with someone, or people who have relationship issues and want to talk with someone. I do my best to be an open ear to just about anyone who wants to share.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 25% Jewish, but I'm like, for me, I'm just like agnostic. Agnostic. I come from the, I respect the shamans. I respect the rabbis. If they got information, I can always learn from them, or they can always learn from them.
There's an ultimate version of an opposite version of this discussion. So I'm sure in business, I have actually more than current analysis. Shmuel's going to say that again. The positions of Shmuel and Yehuda are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the is all basically to say is current analysis. Right? So this is Shmuel. Sorry. I'll reverse that. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the second is the current atom ras. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to the ras. But even Arda Omar, the current atom, no. Even if it just says it's mutar migmar of Allah. That's the Indian Islam, and Allah for us to make an individual act against them, that is a student of personal life. So what's this? So that in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rabbi. In this version, he's questioning Rabbi, bringing all of the same proofs. Abaye, the other Tana, because he was not Halifah. Right? Also, the Iran, the Shana Odin,
I wish more people would take you seriously. Like, one time I invited like 10 people there. One time I invited like 10 people there. $1 million interest, 0% interest, $1 million interest, 0%.
Yeah, I mean, gotta be serious.
What? Last. Next.
They assume maybe you do have one. Maybe you do have one. Have at least 20 luck. Have at least 20.
Basically saying something is good, and then telling you ultimately again that I don't know if you act on it, and you guys are just too low. So let's say it's giving up both versions, although again there's a first solution. I love how that's the impact the same way. Let's just go with the first version. I love how nice it would be possible. It's like the deep. Like just understand the way that
I'm gonna call him later. I think it would be a good conversation. I think it would be a good conversation.
And ultimately lasts. And give instructions that this psak behavior can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, Allah from the nice of it should be from a personal life. Great. That's our first part of the show. Next. Shogi Happy. Part one is, let's just plug this into two things, right? So based in Paskin, Caleb is mutter left. We're not being Caleb, right? We're not being which one ahead and eat Caleb. If there isn't something based so what says it says, but how about I got the Asa Shogi Happy? And which one ahead?
I was literally just Nicole.
He's not really choking, right? Moving is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as we read it, he's got a psak that says he's doing his mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. But what you was bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you need the word show? Which means, Shegla assumes this person. Brother says, because the word show actually comes from this is really quite fascinating. Let's see, watch this. Horubik. Whatever. Basically, Paskin came with this mother. Okay, now what happened? It was coming again, Caleb the Shimon. I watched this. Yes. Basically, like one of the story. They went ahead and said that they were. Okay, next to it. Even this. One is Caleb, one is
Tony during the pandemic.
We're happy to have you. That was some fun stuff you talked about there. Where are you at right now?
Or because that's mixed up. That's why. That's why. Remember again, in this case, moving in the consumption,
ever done stand up before?
Because that sound.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm gonna show you that my whole business is going to look good. Easy when I said it is good. It is how they look. Take a look at the show.
Yeah, we just got off the line with a German guy. They famously stole upwards of $1 million worth of fine art from the French at one point during World War II. I don't know if everybody knows about that, but a lot of them taking over France was about them stealing their
cluster. PM.
Yeah. Force, absolutely. That's a good way to keep in mind for banks here.
So they, and there's PM is the chief that we were talking about. Jason said that Ruben is looking level. Ruben knows
I realized that malaria outbreak in Toronto is
again, he gets mixed up.
Love it. You live by yourself? That's fun. So,
Welcome.
you mentioned getting horny during the quarantine. What have you done to satisfy that hunger? Wow. When you say alone time, what do you mean by that? Was alone time, or is that a special thing?
You there?
Yeah, how are you?
Actually, do you mind if I tell you?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm rather rushed out.
Go ahead.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death, the birth of AI, the coronation of, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
A show called No, I've not.
Okay.
You haven't watched the Truman Show, bro? You haven't watched the Truman Show, bro? Oh my goodness.
It was a show called Big Brother.
No, it's a movie called The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey, and then there's a television show known as Big Brother. It's okay. It's basically the story of someone's life totally on camera, which essentially mine is. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data art on the internet than any person, which is making me very influential, going viral. And when I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. Ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That's great.
Excellent.
For sure.
Circle 47. See that?
24/7 live YouTube stream.
You said on the
It's like a chip. It's on the top left. It's a channel. It's on. It's